Hey there, welcome everybody. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
All right,
Yep,
welcome,
I sure can.
welcome. It's great to have everybody here. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. So excited about the presenters today. We're gonna run through a few housekeeping things here in just a second, but welcome to FEP Collaborative and our hashtag Start 2022 pitch event. And folks, there's just been some amazing things happening here as of late. Stock market's coming back. Elections are going to be happening here soon. So the 7,000 points that we lost here over the last, I don't know, 3-4 months or something like that. Hopefully that all comes back. But just excited about what's happening in the private markets as well. Several investors on here as well that are going to be taking a look at our client companies that are being showcased here. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you. Again, my name is Izzy Lozada. I'm with FEP Collaborative. And one of the most exciting things that I get to do is to showcase these amazing men and women that have remarkable companies with breakthrough technologies, just figured out a way in traditional business, manufacturing, like Patrick, what you do with guns and so on and so forth. I'm just blessed and honored to be a part of this, and I'm super stoked to allow these presenters to present today. Before we begin, we always start off with a prayer and a pledge. And if that offends you, I'm sorry. I love this country. I love God. I love what our mission stands for, and that's just to help startup founders that struggle with raising capital in a free enterprise system. And so many people don't even recognize what free enterprise means. And I'm so grateful that I get to be a part of that. So I'm super excited for what we're going to be doing here today. And I'm going to go ahead and start recording and broadcasting that throughout our social media channels. So we'll get started here with a couple of the housekeeping rules. So number one, when you present or any comments that you have, just keep in mind, I've got Faith on here. She's my assistant. Faith, thank you so much for joining. If she just finds that one of you is being mean or saying something in there, we're just going to kick you out. So don't do that. This is not a place for your political rants or anything like that. I've seen that happen before. But let me just say this again. I'll just underscore the fact that I love this country. I'm a patriot. I love the Lord, and I just love the synergy of us being able to share that here today. So other than that, I think just use common sense when you're sharing the intimate details about your company. Remember that this is being broadcast through our social media channels. So you just want to keep that all in mind, and obviously it gets recorded. If you look on our website, you'll see other events that we have done. But first and foremost, let me go ahead and get things started with a Pledge of Allegiance. So let me go ahead and share my screen with that. Can you guys see my flag up here?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and joining with me as we go through the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, as I mentioned, we start off with a prayer and a pledge, and I'm going to go ahead and if you guys would just honor that and just agree in prayer with me for an awesome event. Lord Jesus, we give you thanks for everything that is happening this day. We give you thanks for even the crazy events that we've endured in this country, because your word says to show you praise in all things. And Father, we do that and we rejoice in that. And we ask that you bless each and every one of these presenters today, Lord, that you would give them strength and courage. I know many of them have butterflies in their stomach sharing with a live audience, and I get all that. But Lord, if your peace that passes all understanding would be with us today, we can just accomplish great things. And I would ask that you bless each one of these investors that have been enduring some challenging times where they've been seeing losses in portfolios and moving things to cash and low interest rates for the money sitting there. Lord, just bless them. Advance what you have in mind for them, Lord God, the plans and purposes that you have for them for their monies, that would help these companies, that would help these people. There are people on here today that will be sharing that have remarkable technologies and businesses that could do well and bless others. So Father, it's all yours. You get all the glory and honor. When all these companies become household names, Jesus, my name doesn't get attached to it. It's your great name. And I'm so thankful that we're able to do that this day. And Lord, I give you thanks for the freedoms that we have in this amazing country, the free enterprise system that we have in this amazing country. I ask that you bless this event, that you would have your way with it, Lord God, and all glory and honor is yours, lest anyone would boast. It's in Jesus' name we pray. All right. Amen. So let's go ahead and jump into things. I've got my good friend and colleague, Patrick Henry, that's going to be starting and kicking things off first. So let me go ahead and spotlight you here, Patrick. There we go. Wow, you must have got a new camera or something. It looks so super sharp. I can see you really well. It's good to see you, Patrick.
See, I want to switch to my PowerPoint or desktop.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make this pretty quick.
All right.
Before, but I've got one big piece of news that will affect everything. But just to give you a quick background, I've done probably a dozen projects similar in the firearms and ammunition industry, but I've never had one that had all three of the major items, which was exclusive rights. The second thing was high margin. And the third thing was built-in demand. And we have more people wanting to buy the gun than we can actually produce it. And back to give you the total background, back in 1971, Harry Sanford wanted to invent a big game hunting pistol. And he came up with this idea and produced it starting in 1973. But he thought he'd sell several thousand a month, but he didn't. It ended up losing about $1,000 per gun back in the 70s, which was a huge amount. And so it went bankrupt just before it showed up in the Dirty Harry movie, Sudden Impact. And that set off a buying frenzy that pushed a gun that originally sold for $500 up to above $4,000, and because they'd only made 9,000 of them. And so all the same guns just got bought and resold. And then it finally, it closed in 81, but 83, all this took off. And then I bought the company in 2015, thinking that all I had to do is take the parts and put the gun together, but it turned out it had a number of problems that we had to solve. So it's taken us till now to get it into production. And now we've sold over 600. We have 300 on back order. We've never advertised. And we've had the big news is we got a new group that's approached us, and they are huge in the firearms world. And they said that they could sell a minimum 250 a month and help us raise our production. That's our biggest problem, is we're only producing the most, about 40 a month. And they have 7 engineers and the ability to ramp up production. They've done it a number of times before. And they say they can have us not only at 250 of sales per month, but 250 in production in 4 months. And so we've entered in a contract with them to complete this. And for every 100 a month, we net about $3 million a year. And originally my forecast was we'd sell between 100 and 300 a month. And they think they can sell up to 800 a month. But they already have commitments for 250. So we're issuing a convertible debt note, 2 years, 12% interest. At the end of that time, you'll be able to buy the equity at a 20% discount. And that's my pitch.
Well, Patrick, I know you put your slide deck up on here, and we can go through some of the images that are on there. But the first thing that I want to say, it has been so awesome watching this journey. And this started a while back. You know, if you understand the story of what Patrick did here over the last few years, you were in gun sales and ammo, and you had a client that was looking for some parts for an automag. Can you share with the audience the impetus of how this happened and how you acquired AutoMag?
I was best friends with the head of military sales for Heckler and Koch in Germany, and he was also a collector. So he asked me to find him some parts for his AutoMag. I did not own an AutoMag at the time, and so I searched the internet and found somebody that had all the original parts. And I told them I was looking for parts for my friend, and they said, that's fine, but they would really like to sell everything. So I said, what is everything? And they said they could send me a list. And when I looked at the list, I thought, well, I could build about 400 guns and just sell those and move on to the next project. But once we acquired it, we realized we could get all the rights and all the ability to produce the AutoMag continuously. So it kind of evolved from just a one-time project to an ongoing project. And it's also been in a number of movies. And we just shipped a gun to a movie rental company, and they're going to put it in a movie called let's say it's a Vietnam movie. It's called gosh, I can't remember the name of it. It's got Robert Downey Jr. as the star, and he's a CIA agent, and he gives, it's called a sympathizer. He's going to give a gun in appreciation to a North Vietnamese general or something that helped spy on behalf of the U.S. And anytime a gun appears in a movie, it greatly increases the sales. And when the Dirty Harry movie came out, it quadrupled the sales of the Model 29 Smith & Wesson, and they actually doubled the price on top of quadrupling sales. And so we're looking forward to some of those. I mean, we already have plenty of demand, but that would just increase it that much more. And this scene, it was also in a book called The Executioner. They sold over 200 million copies, and the star was named Matt Bolan, and their Warner Brothers is going to make a movie, and his handgun was called the Big Thunder, which was an AutoMag. And this is Jamie Foxx posing with the AutoMag. A friend of mine that trained stars, Taran Butler, had Jamie come out, and he saw the AutoMag, and he asked could he pose with it, and so they sent me a copy of it. So I get a lot of free publicity on top of everything else.
Well, what I think is important to recognize as well, Patrick, and you've always been humble through this whole process, is you figured out all the problems that the AutoMag was haunted with. And people would talk about that the gun jams up and this, that, and the other thing. And you have invested quite a bit of money to the tune of about $7 million of your own money, yes, to figure out how to make this gun pristine. And you've done that. And now the gun community, which, by the way, if you're not a gun enthusiast, that's fine. I totally get that. But here's something that I found very important to recognize. There is not one event on record that we know of, Patrick, right? Any violent crime on record that was ever used with an AutoMag 44 Magnum gun, just so you guys know. So that's typically not something that happens. And PSO, by the way, these type of handguns, they're more of like the Rolex of the gun community, if you will. I mean, this gun here that you're showing, this beautiful gun with the case and everything in the picture, is a little over $4,000, right, Patrick?
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Buy them, and they don't even shoot them. They just keep them unfired because they think that makes them more valuable. So they'll buy one to collect and one to shoot.
Sure, and we know that this thing can stop a 600-pound hog. It probably goes in this small and comes out the back this big. I mean, it's amazing the power, the stopping power that this gun has. But what I wanted to touch on was just the amazing technology that has now been equipped with the company, so that all that CNC manufacturing, if that's the appropriate terminology, we've done some significant upgrades. You've invested a ton of money. You've come alongside a major gun consultant that, by the way, the company that he was talking about took a company that was literally on the verge of bankruptcy and is now worth over $100 million. So they're pretty good at what they do, I would say, Patrick, and they have quite a following of folks that buy guns. And there's no doubt in my mind, if they say that they can do 250 guns a month, I'm sure they could do well above that. You're already on your own doing anywhere from 25 to 50 guns, just with no marketing, right? Just people having an awareness that are gun enthusiasts and following you. But talk to me about that process and how the gun is pristine now, that it no longer jams up. There's no issues there or anything like that. Of course, if you try and shove what is it, 7 rounds into the mag, maybe it'll jam. Any gun might jam up there. So you need to have a little room in there. But can you explain that whole process that you went through so that investors can hear this and why it's so sought after now?
Yeah, because I had not owned one, I didn't realize it had 3, I'll call set of issues. One, it had a safety issue where the bolt sometimes would not lock up and it would fire, and it would not hurt the person, but it would permanently damage the gun. And so we figured out what caused that, and we solved that. And then the second set of problems, what we called the functionality problems, it was not reliable. And we found out why it wasn't, and we made maybe 20 different improvements that made it more reliable, and the rest of it was kind of user-friendly features. So we've made over 50 improvements to the gun, and we've gotten it.
Can you help me set it up when you get a chance?
Yeah, but I'm,
Actually, it's on a couple
This is-
hours.
okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad you got it.
Well, you guys, let me just have you mute there.
Sorry.
No problem. No
Pleasure.
problem. I get it. Happens. Okay, there we go. So, Patrick, go ahead. Continue.
Oh, God, forgot where I was. But we resolved the issues, and we've sent it out to some very respected YouTube reviewers, and we've got nothing but praise from every one of them.
And I think what's been so exciting about this is, I mean, right away when you first started, I mean, you sold hundreds of guns right out, the founder guns, right? Everyone was pursuing this. It had came in this beautiful case, the challenge coin and everything else. So there's going to be some things happening in the future that we're not going to be releasing here and talking about. But I do want to talk about what was being offered that you touched on. And of course, this isn't an offer to buy or sell securities or anything like that. We'd have to connect you with Patrick. But with that being said, part of the terms that are exciting about this with just this small bridge round that's happening is the ability to get some significant interest on money that you'll end up buying back. So they could, let's take $100,000 as an example at 12% per annum, simple interest per year. So within 2 years, they could see 24% money interest on their money. And then on top of that, you're going to give them 5% of the coverage of their money in member units. So what that means is essentially you walk away with getting your money back with 24% interest, and whatever that equates to at the valuation that we're at that 20% discount, you'll get 5% coverage. That's exciting, Patrick. And I think based on the trajectory of where you're going right now, and I believe it's we're looking at numbers of 7.8 times EBITDA or something like that. You could literally be at over $100 million in valuation over the next couple of years. Can you just touch on that a second, and then we'll move on to our next presenter?
Yeah, well, that's even at the lower numbers, around 250 or 300 a month.
Yeah.
Get up to the 800 a month, it will be a several $100 million valuation.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And it begs the question, because investors will say, well, how many of these guns are going to be absorbed in the market for how long of a period of time? Keep in mind and this is a message for the investor community, keep in mind that Patrick is working on some things, as he alluded to, with other movies and how that impacts guns and things of that nature. There are things on the radar that AutoMag will be doing in the future with other handguns and other type of unique handguns that will be highly sought after. I mean, we've seen guns go for tens of thousands of dollars. In fact, there's a couple of versions of your gun that literally sold for over $20,000. Can you touch on that before we wrap up here?
Well, the blank gun used in the Dirty Harry movie, Sudden Impact, sold for $65,000, but there was a series called the Lee Juris Edition, and they just made 100 of. All of those sell for more than $20,000 today. And
Unbelievable.
they engraved 25 guns in Japan by hand engraver, and those guns sell for more than $25,000.
Unbelievable.
More of a trophy than a real gun. People, they will take it out and shoot it, but not very often. And it's more a novelty than a practical weapon, I'll say.
Sure, absolutely. And that totally makes sense. Well, would you guys go ahead and show Patrick some love with applause in the chat there, and give him a round of applause if you want to, my good friend and colleague, Patrick. This is amazing what you're doing. You know, I'm so super stoked about this. I think it's such a pristine weapon, and there's no doubt in my mind this is going to go rather quickly, especially where we are in this time of year, and who wants to get some money that's sitting there doing nothing in cash and maybe put it into an idea like this. So great job, Patrick. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, up next, we've got Tom Allen from Opango. Tom, it's been awesome getting to know you, man, and what you're doing with your platform. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight you. If you've noticed, Dan's not here today. Dan is on vacation, hopefully getting me an elk steak. And he's out in the backwoods of Colorado. He's on his way driving there now. Speaking of guns, I'm sure he'd love to take down an elk with your, well, you know, I don't know on the accuracy on the distance. I mean, he shoots elk at like 300 plus yards away. So, but anyway, that's the reason why Dan's not here. So Faith is helping, and just be patient with me as I handle the back end stuff and spotlighting and all that. But Tom, you've been doing remarkable things with Opango. And I think what's exciting about your platform is that everybody who watched what happened with COVID became acutely aware of the fact that we don't necessarily have to gather in offices. We don't necessarily have to do a training, if you will, to bring everybody together with a bunch of desks and everything. But your platform can facilitate not only that, but if they're doing it remotely from their home or on their mobile phone. And I certainly don't want to steal your thunder, but without further ado, my good friend Tom Allen with Opango. Go ahead, Tom, you're on.
Well, thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that kind introduction. Let me get my screen up here. And you know, you're right about one thing. What's happened is that with all this COVID and remote stuff, is people are not only wanting to do online, they're demanding it. So it's a kind of an amazing thing that's happening out there. Anyway, just to introduce myself a little bit, I've been in small, medium, and large companies for most of my career, primarily in the C-suite, running engineering, product management, and business units. And I've delivered telco quality products to the global markets in almost every time zone and both sides of the equator. And it also turns out that I've joined two companies and scaled them from a gleam in the founder's eye to an exit out the other end. So a lot of ways I get the drill of running the company. And I'm also an aviation enthusiast. So Opango was born out of a lifelong love of aviation and fascination with technology. And we identified an opportunity to make the world safer by providing the industry with an e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots. And it turns out I started flying when I was 5 years old, and I've even circled the Statue of Liberty in my own airplane. But what's happening is the industry is just really pushing to try to improve the safety record of all these pilots. So the problem we solved is that we also realized that other associations and small businesses often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources to manage an LMS. So we recently met Greg Brown from the Helicopter Association in Las Vegas, and he was really frustrated that he had an emergency and the current provider only guaranteed a 7-day turnaround via email. So I gave him my card and said, call me anytime. He did, and they invited me to Alexandria, Virginia for a day trip to meet the executive team. I did that, and I think that honestly, I think they were just shocked that I was actually there, because in our industry, it's mostly about connecting via chat rooms and one thing and another. But if you were to ask him, he would tell you that, I'm really good with helicopter operations, but I don't know content delivery over the web. If you look at the National Association of Flight Instructors, it's an all volunteer staff, and most of them are full-time corporate pilots, so they're not even really around to do something like this. Pilot safety is a solopreneur, but he's a highly sought after speaker trainer. And so he is going all over the place. So he needs our help with doing something like this. And back on HAI, they were actually using one of the largest LMS providers in the world. And we took this business from them. It was a company called Docebo. So our most recent project with the helicopter guys is this project called 56 Seconds to Live. And they have a need to, as others, to improve the safety record of helicopter pilots. Turns out, if you're on a helicopter and the pilot makes that last bad decision, then what happens is you only have about 50 seconds to live right after that. And you probably all heard about Kobe Bryant. And I was actually just recently in a briefing with FAA about what happened there. And just think about it. This pilot took off when the LA helicopter squad was not flying because the weather was so bad. And so anyway, we worked with them on this for quite a while, and it's turned out to be, the take up on it has been phenomenal. So what do? We claim that we're the Chick-fil-A of LMS platforms. We really value the service that we provide. We administer the LMS. We provide training strategies, because when I run into people that want an online strategy, a lot of times they don't really have, like Greg Brown said, they're really good at what they do, but developing some sort of training strategy is not what they do. We help with content development. We also help with marketing. Turns out that if you look at an LMS, you got to think about it more like it's a library. It's a library of all your content. Well, you have to message the marketplace that you have it to make them want to come to see it. And we're very, very service oriented. And so we claim that we're the outsourced e-learning department of your company. So when I talk to somebody who is our customer, they need an online training strategy, but they don't really have the people or the staff to actually manage an LMS and do this. So we do it for them. COVID has actually forced the global education system to embrace web-based online learning and training. Employees are demanding it these days. They used to, get on an airplane, fly somewhere for a couple of weeks, and go to a training class. Well, now they don't want to leave the house. They just want to go online. They want to do it when they want to. And like Izzy mentioned earlier, they want to do it on their mobile phone. They want to do it on their tablet or their desktop, and they want to be moved seamlessly between all of those things. So the LMS billings for worldwide in 2019 was $9.64 billion. In 2021, it was up 64% to $15.8 billion. And currently, it's estimated to be $37.9 billion by 2026. So it's just really going all over the place. So our go-to-market strategy is to really up our game on digital marketing and outreach. We're still going to go to trade shows, to industry events, and sponsorships in our target market. And we're also going to add, as our customer base grows, LMS administrators, so that we can actually provide this outsourcing that we mentioned earlier about being the outsourced e-learning department. And we want to accelerate our product roadmap. Any product like ours has to have a life to it. I mean, you have to constantly be refreshing the user interface, the UX, and so that's what we really need to do now. And since we started this with Izzy, we've actually have those things all in motion. So we're moving forward as a company. Our executive team is James Roselle. He's a vice president of education services. He does all of our uploading and delivering of content and making sure that it's all correct. Tom Dennis is our marketing and brand management. I've known both those guys for a really long time. Chris Kambala is runs our product development. He's very steeped technically in what we're doing and why we're doing it. And Charlie Quinn is, I've known him for years. He's actually our outsourced human resources department. So like any company, I've got some advisors. Izzy there has been great. You can't really say enough good things about what Izzy's done. And actually the rest of the cohort, you know, we get together and talk amongst ourselves about what's good and bad and whatnot. And I've gotten unbelievable advice through that. You know, Dan, I can't believe he's off in Colorado having fun, but you know, he helped us put together our financial model. Can't say enough good things about him. David Zumwalt is someone who I've worked with at a couple of companies. He's also a serial entrepreneur. And so he is somebody you can really talk to about where you are in your company, what you need to do, why you need to scale. And he can really take you to task on things like that. David Sim-Smith with Mobility Ventures. I met him because I was at a David Zumwalt company when we were doing some mobility products. And so I got to know him. Super sharp guy. He is very steeped in the what it looks like from a venture capital point of view to, you know, so when I talk to him, we talk about things like what I need to say, how I need to put together my roadmap and things like that. Pat Hamner was on the board of a company I was with. And the thing I find interesting about Pat, he walks in our boardroom one day and he's got this box and he says, look what we've invested in. And he opens the box and it looks like it's a pair of inline roller skates. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. Turns out that was Heelys. Well, anybody who knows Heelys, they were all over the television. They were spotlighted in CSI Miami. They were, and they just absolutely printed money with those things. Dan Vermeyer is he's a corporate finance associate. He's somebody I've networked with and known for quite a while. We talk a lot about, you know, how to position the company and the thing with Dan is like what it's going to look like and what I need to be doing between now and the exit at the other end. Bob Bolanger is our CFO advisor. He's from the SaaS marketplace and really gets how we need to help put together our financial models, pricing, and things like that. Kyle Ferguson is our attorney. And I remember meeting Kyle when he was a young attorney and he just had this gleam in his eye about starting his own firm. So now he's Ferguson, Braswell, Frazier, and Kubaska. And they are in Dallas, Austin, Houston, and they're expanding somewhere else, and I'm not at liberty to say where. So we're thinking once we get going here that we will have around, you know, almost 22 million in year 5. And this is the breakdown of all of our expenses and how we're going to scale the company. So here's what we're offering. What we would really like to do right now is get about $1 million in a bridge financing and have that under an SPV as a convertible debenture with a 20% discount. And then we also expect to raise once we are a little further along with the bridge loan or the bridge investment to raise about $4 million. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to put together our whole digital marketing strategy. We're going to up our sales team. We're going to add LMS administrators as companies come on. And in our product roadmap, we're going to be doing data analytics and we're going to be updating our UI UX. And as it turns out, since the first time I did this pitch, we've just about wrapped up the data analytics part and we've delivered it to our largest customer. And we have a plan for how we're going to update the UI UX. Anyway, that's me. Izzy, you got any questions or?
I do indeed. And with anybody that has a platform like yours, you know, I think it's important for use case scenarios, right? Because folks that are coming into this as an investor that understand, as investors that understand LMS platforms and what that looks like. And that's just a fancy acronym for learning management software. Tom, a couple of things, and we've talked about this. Number one, I think a huge differentiator for you is, as you deem it, the Chick-fil-A of the LMS industry, right? And right. You absolutely mean that. I can't tell you how valuable that is. We do some work in the Facebook platform. Try getting somebody on the phone when something's not working right. Okay,
yeah,
that's
you
just,
can't do it.
I don't even think they have a phone number. It's like the most frustrating thing ever. for you,
Well,
your team is highly responsive. That's a huge differentiator. Sorry, were you going to say something?
yeah, I was going to tell you, I meant to say this earlier, but here's what you got to imagine. I'm in Dallas, but I drive over to Fort Worth to visit someone who is going to be our new customer. And while I'm talking to him, he just kind of grits his jaw because the current LMS provider that he's using has never called them ever to ask them how things are going or what's happening, and to constantly. And I'm sitting right there with him in his office. And
That's
not only
unbelievable.
that, I know his industry. I've been around a lot, so I'm able to talk with him about what he's doing, why he's trying to do it. And that, I think, is what people really appreciate about us is I'm technically curious, so I'm very interested in everything our customers are doing, and I can help them articulate their messages and their trainings. But these other companies, for the most part, it's just get them on. I double dog dare you to get them on the phone. You just can't do it.
Well, let's go through a use case scenario, because I think that's a huge differentiator for you, especially when you have folks that are nervous from shifting from one platform to another. Hey, if this doesn't go right and I can't get a hold of anybody, it can just create a whole big mess. So with that being said, let's take a use case scenario like, I don't know, maybe CPAs that need to get continuing ed credits. Maybe it's realtors that need to do the same. What's that look like for onboarding for hundreds, if not thousands of people, and how slick this platform is? Can you go ahead and share that, Tom?
Well, so the first thing they got to do is they make the decision to go with us. We launched the site. Now the big question is, where are they with content? If they have existing content that can be turned into e-courses, and I'd say on average, they're probably up and running and at some level, like in a month or maybe 3 months, because creating content is a very time-consuming thing. But once they've done that, now if they have existing customers that they want to have up on this thing, all they got to do is upload their their contact information to the LMS and email them, say, here's your courses, go take them. And we have an example just recently. We have an HR company that their customer needed a bunch of training on inclusion and diversity. And I'd say from the time they thought about doing it to the time that they were able to deliver it to their customer was only about 2 weeks. But they were already an existing LMS customer, so this was new content. But they've got to go create the visuals and record the audios, and they got to deliver them to us, and then we do the publishing for them and get it up and running. And now once it's up, they've already got a spreadsheet of all the employees who need to take it. They upload it to the LMS, and next thing you know, I just watch the meter run every day on these employees that are taking these courses.
That's amazing, and it totally does. And I love the fact that because back when I was in New York, I was connected with accounting associations, and we still are on some level today. But you take something big like the New York Association of Certified Public Accountants, right? That they would need to get continuing ed credits, and there were all these financial firms and folks that would want to teach on something, and then also obviously slip in the ability, to work with them, and it was very, very profitable and effective. I love the fact that you can do this electronically. Take associations like that, disperse the content that you would want to, and then PSO, by the way, maybe the firm that's leveraging your platform can seed in how to work with them, as a financial firm or something along those lines. Right. So I love that Opango can do that so simply with the platform. It's a slick platform, and I think as far as technology goes, the world wants this, right? No one wants to know that, hey, I've got to interrupt my life now to get continuing ed credits for whatever the professional licenses are. And there's a myriad of them, right? So the money that could be made there with your platform is absolutely remarkable. So so we got a question here. Judah is a good friend of mine, and he's saying he's not really clear on the investment opportunity. But now, what's the offer there? And let's go ahead and clarify that. So let's make sure that we're clear on what the offer is. Can you go back to your slide on what the investment opportunity is?
Hang on just a second here. Well, so from working with with Dan, we come up with this plan that says that over time, we would raise somewhere around 4 million. But what we really want to do is jumpstart this thing with like $1 million, because what we think could happen is that we can make the company significantly more valuable with the first million than as opposed to raising the whole 4. Now,
And I think what Judah's asking is understanding the SPV and the convertible note that would be purchased by that and what that all looks like.
okay, so some of those details, I heard Patrick talk about that. I think we're thinking that would be part of the negotiation, so we're thinking that there'd be a 20% discount on the $1 million. But the interest rates and all those kinds of things, I think we would have to probably talk about and understand that a little better where they're coming from. The other thing too, just for what it's worth, is we have talked about not having the whole $1 million come from one person. So we've got our development company is actually investing in us in terms of like allowing us to have deferred billing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I actually know the answer to his question the way he's asking
Well,
it. other than the
I mean,
fact
I
that
can
we
answer
need
it like I can answer it more
Yeah.
generally, where we've seen, an SPV that
Yeah.
maybe we've managed with FEP SPV Ventures that would aggregate some
Yeah.
sophisticated investors in there that pony up $1 million into a note. So that note
Yeah.
might have, similar to Patrick's, 12% per annum. Maybe it's a 2-year note and simple
Yeah, sure.
interest. So someone recognizes, if we break that down into $100,000 increments, that if I have $100,000 in there in 2 years, I'm going to get the value of $124,000. Now
yes.
that discount on that conversion could look like, if you were doing something like this,
Yeah.
let's say your valuation is at $10 million at that time in 2 years when you're going to convert the note. Well, now you're going to convert $124,000 of purchasing power into $8 million because you're getting a 20%
Right.
discount off of that valuation that you're at. So something like that I've seen work really well, where you're essentially just letting investors know that, hey, I'm doing this note here. The valuation, we believe, after we get capitalized, is going to be significantly higher. So after we do that, we're just simply going to take the value of your purchasing power with 2 years of interest that have been ticking by. So now you have $124,000 of buying power into that valuation. That could be into member units. It could be into common stock, preferred stock, whatever it is, if you were a C Corp, of course. So let me just preface, I'm not a CPA or an investment bank or broker dealer, but these are concepts that I've seen work in the Wall Street community,
Yeah.
having worked in this industry since the 90s.
So I think that's a way better explanation than what I appreciate the help.
Oh,
of that.
that's okay. That's okay.
but
Typically,
the first
founders
round of
don't
guys
necessarily have that clear.
As I see, it's going to be much better for them than it will be the later guys.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's typically the hope when you see those situations. Of
Yeah.
course, there's never a guarantee with anything, but it's good to know that there's this upward swing with a company, and that would be the hope, that you would be seeing that
Yeah.
upward swing. Of course, founders do have to get challenged with, and we've seen it happen multiple times, especially this year with what the stock market has been doing and inflationary rates and interest rates. It impacts valuation. So you might do a down round, thankfully none of our clients have experienced that. So we're excited about that. But Tom, great job with this. I think Opango is going to become a household name when it comes to an LMS platform. And I'm looking forward to you onboarding big organizations like that. So that's really, really good what you're doing. So super excited for you. Great job. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it because, like I said earlier, we're moving regardless. And so I think if people could actually be here and see some of the things that we're actually doing to move our company forward, I'd be really excited about it.
Absolutely. All right. Give Tom Allen a round of applause. Great job, Tom. Show him some love in the chat there, and just go ahead and unmute and give him an applause. But you did great. Great job, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to move to our next presenter here. And Walter Schofield, if we can bring him, I'm talking like Dan is here to bring him to the spotlight. Let me find where you are. Here you are, Walter. There you go. If you can unmute and turn on your video, I'm going to go ahead and spotlight you. I can't unless you're, there you go. Okay, let me go ahead and spotlight you. Man, I'm excited about this presentation as well. So Walter, it's been so great over the last few months getting to know you and what you're doing with your company. You have an incredible background. And why I get so excited about this is because in New York, in our media room, we were able to transfer some of that to our home here in Colorado. And I just love being able to have high quality sound. I think with what happened with COVID and people having to stay home, it became sort of our Friday night routine with our family, pizza and a family movie, that type of thing. And to know that you have high-end sound, it's great, but you're doing something that's remarkable. I mean, the beauty of the system that you have, and we'll get into that. I'm always watchful not to steal anybody's thunder, but I'm so excited for you to share, especially with the background that you had with Krell and other companies. But without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Walter Schofield with Nexus Audio Technologies. Go ahead.
Thanks for that great intro, Izzy. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right. I always wonder if you're seeing the same thing I am with these presentations. But
I think, well, what I'm seeing, it says Nexus, the opportunity and bringing immersive experiences home.
fantastic. So just a little prelim, Nexus is an audio video electronics company providing exceptional quality, ultra high performance equipment for use in people's home theaters and music systems at home, as well as offers connectability to automation platforms and multi-room distributed audio platforms. But I want to just tell you a little bit about me, because I was born for this business, absolutely born for it. When I was a kid, the first two words that I strung together, according to my mom, were C record. I would literally watch the record spin on my dad's turntable. And aside from Mama and Dada, it was C record. Fast forward a little bit, and when I was 10 years old, I managed to save up a lot of money from multiple paper routes, birthday money, and the like, and I convinced my dad to go spend it on a stereo system. And it was more than a couple of $1,000s at that point. And, it took me 6 months to convince him, but he saw how passionate I was about music. I was going into Harvard Square at age 9 and 10 and buying record albums. And by the time I was 10 or 11 years old, I had about 50, 60 record albums. I ended up going into retail sales in the audio business in my very early teen years. I went into a Radio Shack one day, and I knew more about the systems than the manager of the department. So the manager of Radio Shack asked me to come work for them at age 14. I then went over across the street on a lunch break one day to a place called Tech Hi-Fi, a 72-store chain. And while I don't like to get up on a soapbox and brag, they were a 72-store location. And at age 14, 15, I was the number 1 or 2 salesperson in the entire chain. Very, very, very proud of that. So what's the problem with our industry? The issue is that more people in our business are hobbyists versus business people. They've got antiquated sales, marketing, and products that they keep dumping out onto the market because they're hobbyists and not business people. They really are selling to the same people over and over again, audiophiles, who unfortunately are aging out of the system. And one of the issues that we have is there's not a general awareness of what's available to create an immersive experience in your home with a music system or a home theater system. I think it would be evident by anybody watching this that that is the case. I've been into many, many $30, $40 million condos overlooking Central Park, where a soundbar and a wireless 6-inch subwoofer resides beside a 77-inch Sony OLED display. and you've got a $60,000 dining room table and a $1 million kitchen. People are just not aware of it. We are going to solve all of this. And who's asking, right? The computer stole our business. College kids were making music, buying music, creating music. When the computer came out, their disposable income went there. And then we had several generations of people that are not aware that these immersive experiences are available in their home. So why Nexus? Well, the audio industry is finally asking for a solution. They recognize that audiophiles are aging out of the system. They're now talking to a whole different set of consumers, high net worth individuals, ultra high net worth individuals, people who are just music lovers that grew up with music and want more of it. We've assembled an amazing team with well over 100 years of experience, industry veterans in terms of engineering, sales, marketing, PR, social, viral media. I mean, basically, the Nexus model leads the industry. And here's how we're going to disrupt it. This is a very important slide. This is really the crux of what we're doing in a differentiated, disruptive kind of way. Unfortunately, equipment on the market today either resembles a 1940s radio or a Borg spaceship. Designers, because they're hobbyists, don't really take into consideration who the end user is. Who's buying this equipment now? People buying this equipment are sometimes designers, architects on behalf of a consumer, but even a consumer wants something that fits into their environment. So when you look at it, it looks like it's in place. We are following the mantra of simple, classic, timeless elegance. Think about a Cartier tank watch or a Rolex Datejust watch. They have stood the test of time because they are jewelry. And that's what we have is audio jewelry. Something that when you look at it, looks in place in any type of environment, whether it be contemporary, transitional, or traditional in nature, our products fit in. The fit, the finish, the brushing, the overall look of the component looks like class versus something drummed up by the mind of a hobbyist. The other thing that the industry is asking for that hasn't been provided, aside from ultimate performance, which we know we need to have and do have, we've got the best engineers on the planet on this project, but ease of use. People are really sick and tired of having multiple apps, multiple things that they have to learn. Our app is so easy and intuitive to use. It's just common sense. That app controls the audio video system. It can control multi-room capability systems. You can put music on in a den while watching a movie in the living room. You can have music in the kitchen while a movie's going on in the den. Our app is extremely intuitive and easy to use. The other things that are not focused on by exceptional quality, high performance manufacturers are feature sets. Everybody has basic features like music streaming and the like, but nobody's got video streaming. And how many people watch videos, right, through their system and want to stream them off of YouTube or another platform? We've incorporated video streaming into our products. Perhaps one of the most important aspects is connectability. There are many ways to sell our products through custom integrators, a very growing group of resellers around the world, where they don't necessarily have showrooms. They go into your home and they'll prescribe things for you along with the architect, the designer. But the thing that's been really overlooked is connectability to automation platforms. Platforms like Savant, Control4, Crestron, AMX. No exceptional quality, high performance audio brand connects to those platforms. The CI channel is so huge, all of our products connect to all of those platforms. Therefore, we'll open up a huge additional revenue stream for a product like ours. One of the most important things here is a differentiated marketing approach relative to awareness and presentation. We see that people are not largely aware that you can have these immersive experiences in their home. And to think that people don't want them is wrong. The CEA, the Consumer Electronics Association, who sponsors the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas every year, the last year they have numbers for it from 2018 to 2019. Concert ticket sales doubled. Movie ticket sales doubled. People thought that the movie theater was going to die because of streaming video at home. Wrong. People went to the theater because of the experience, the sound that goes along with the picture. They went to concerts to have a live immersive experience versus listening to it on their AirPods or whatever they might have at home. EDM, electronic dance music, the new rave, quadrupled from 2018 to 2019. And now that we're out of COVID-19 and the pandemic, or largely I should say, it continues to grow. And we recognize this, and taking all of these things into consideration, the way things look, the way they perform, ease of use, features, connectability, and a completely different approach to the market, we at Nexus are going to marry them all for the very, very first time. How are we going to do that? How are we going to reinvent exceptional quality, high performance marketing and sales? Well, unique messaging to high net worth individuals. And we're going to do that through multiple mechanisms. One mechanism will be a new YouTube channel called the Audio Immersion Renaissance. Audio Immersion Renaissance, we're not going to have every single episode talk about Nexus. We, Nexus, will be the Rolex, the Cartier of the audio industry, because we're the tip of the spear rising the tide for the entire industry. The industry will see Nexus as a leader in reaching additional audiences, and audiences that haven't been reached prior, through the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel. When somebody has AirPods, we'll talk about them getting into headphones into an integrated amplifier with streaming capabilities. From there, further and further and further and further up the ladder. That's what the intent of the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel on YouTube is intended. How are we going to get that out there? We have assembled a world superstar team of PR and social viral media experts. I'll talk a little bit more about them later, but just suffice to say that these are people that are very well versed in the luxury market, the luxury industry market, and have had huge success in what they do. Our worldwide partnerships with distributors, dealers in North America, custom integrators are established. Our media contacts, because I've been in the business for 40 plus years, and everybody around me that is on the Nexus team has done the same. We know all of the media contacts. We release a product, it's going to be covered worldwide. It will be like a Saturn rocket taking off. New revenue stream possibilities. We have very close ties with Harman Automotive. Harman Automotive calls me often, asking me, we need more brands. We need more brands for more automotive brands. What do you have? Our service facilities, our logistics facilities, and warehousing facilities are there in place and in the Asian Pacific markets, the European markets, and in the US markets. A little bit about the market. Global audio video manufacturing, it will be approximately $144 billion by 2023. But what's truly, truly interesting is the systems above $50,000 US were the fastest growing segment just last year. It grew by 73%. Some may, COVID certainly was a driver in it. It put people into their homes. But now we see that the vast majority of companies are enabling people to work from home. The workplace environment has shifted. This will continue to grow because people will invest in their experiences in their homes. And I say high-end audio, but I like to say exceptional quality, high-performance audio. But high-end audio is the more recognized term. Forecasted $15 billion from 14 in 2021, predicted to be $24 billion in a few years. That is a huge amount of growth in our segment of the industry. Running into my issues, sorry about that. A little bit more about myself. I'm a proud recipient of being input into the CE Pro Masters team. They choose 15 or 20 industry executives on a yearly basis that have made the most impact. And that's an incredible honor, and I really appreciate it. Most recently, as the CEO of Krell Industries, I drove the business to pretty good heights. I was tasked years back, which started my ability to turn around companies and grow businesses at the level I've been afforded, to take over the Mark Levinson brand. The Mark Levinson brand is part of the Harman Group, now owned by Samsung. Back then, Harman was about a $4 billion company. I think they're sitting at 10 or 11 now. I was responsible for all aspects of Mark Levinson worldwide, everything: branding, sales, marketing, financing, advertising, all of it. They had shut down the factory, Harman, the year before I got there because they had reliability issues. So I had to rebuild the brand really from the ground up, brought manufacturing back to a facility in Massachusetts, did the entire product roadmap, which, by the way, they just finished putting out my last product about 2 years ago. Did everything, including, as you can see here, a picture of me with Mr. Paul McCartney, setting up a sponsorship of a Paul McCartney tour in conjunction with Lexus. And we negotiated with Toyota Motor Corp to bring Mark Levinson systems into Lexus automobiles, a relationship that stands until this day. If you get an updated or upgraded system, you're good to go with a Mark Levinson system there. David Goodman is part of our team, an engineer who had been with Krell since the beginning and is responsible for about 90% of the designs, holds several patents, and is one of the most recognized, most well-respected audio engineers on the planet, and part of the Nexus team. This is an interesting fellow, Mr. Brian Penry, who co-designed the WWF, now the WWE, designed the style guide for Sonic the Hedgehog, has worked with the Rolling Stones and the Bolshoi Ballet and Coca-Cola and Patek Philippe, an incredible watch brand. He is our marketing go-to guy, will be our marketing manager, and we're very, very happy to have somebody of this level of talent with Nexus. Adam Somer is our public relations person in New York City, who helped me in another business that I created. I'm a wristwatch freak. Started up my own brand because I wanted to lose money and have a watch. But he did help me get into the luxury market in New York, visited over a few days, 15 or 20 luxury publications. He's an expert at getting point of interest stories. I don't want you to think that our marketing budget is going to be huge because we're placing ads in architectural magazines, wristwatch magazines, wine magazines, yachting, high-end real estate. We are going to get into those publications through point of interest stories. Hooks, the resurgence of vinyl, how to stream music. We're going to become the experts where they highlight Nexus Audio Technologies in their publications without cost for us to advertise in those publications. Good to have Adam on board. Our advisory board consists of a gentleman, Aldo Filippelli, who I've known for quite a while. He's a founder of Dyne Audio America, a really good European speaker brand that was brought into the US. He was the VP at Audio Research Corporation, a really, really exceptional quality, high performance, iconic brand in the industry, started over 40 years ago. And he is currently dealing with Estalon out of Estonia speakers, which are really, really some of the best speakers on the planet, and doing a little bit of work for Krell Industries as well. We also have Erwin Shore. Erwin is retired now, but he was the Vice President General Counsel for Snap-on Tools, and now Flying V Consultants. Erwin is a very close personal friend, and he is a wealth of knowledge in the finance world, in the product development world, and the like. Last but not least, Keenan Davis. Keenan is key. Keenan will be flipped over to our team as opposed to an advisory board person. Keenan was the deputy director of all things digital for the New York Times. He also was one of the founding members and a digital media expert for a website called Turtle Beach, which is a $500 million gaming site. This is the person that understands all of the dynamics of how to get the Audio Immersion Renaissance channel and all of our marketing and point of interest stories out to millions and millions of eyeballs. 99 out of 100 people that think that they know digital marketing truly don't. This person truly does. He's got his own analytical platform that enables him to look at somebody's browsing history going weeks back, how much time they spent on a particular page. He is absolutely brilliant and really key to our efforts. We are there regarding manufacturing. We have 3 manufacturing facilities providing turnkey results. We have 95% of the digital boards, communication boards designed, and our first SKUs are just months away after capitalization. We are completely good to go here. A little bit of a financial snapshot, and I think if you look at the EBITDA, these numbers are conservative. Very conservative. I intentionally made them very conservative. You can see our margins are very, very good. As we move on, they get better. And you can see by year 2, we're already about $6.4 million into the profit level. This is an incredible opportunity. It's going to, like I said, take off like a Saturn V rocket. These numbers, while a forecast and a financial forecast or snapshot are easily attainable based on the worldwide partners that we have already on board. We're looking to raise $3 to $4 million worth of seed money via an SPV with a minimum investment of $100,000 in that investment. And in closing, look, just to recap what we have, just to recap really quickly. We've got differentiated industrial design looks that will appeal to a wide variety of people. We have a superstar team assembled, people who have been in the business for 20, 30, 40 years that executed this plan. This plan has been in the works for 40 years of my life, but for the past 2.5 years focused on. We have perfect PR and social viral media partners, worldwide distribution established, acceptance. And I'll let you in on something. When I've spoken to people in the industry and I tell them what we're doing, they all say to me, why? But after 15 minutes of letting them know what we're going to do, not a single one of them has not said to me, I'm on board. Let's go. Let's make this happen.
Excellent job, Walter.
Thank you. You know, we're good to go. We hope you'll take advantage of this highly profitable endeavor. And thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Excellent job. Show him some love and applause in the chat there. Great job. I've got a couple of things that I wanted to run through here with you. And obviously, we always preface the fact that this is not an offer to buy or sell securities or anything like that. But I do want people to be clear on what we're doing. And Walter, it's exciting if you understand this market, and it's a niche market. So what I want you to do is, if you wouldn't mind, just taking a minute or so on just touching on who your customer looks like. I mean, you mentioned it earlier with, you know, the Central Park West apartment that's, you know, millions of dollars, and then they've got a boombox in there or a Bose speaker. Not really anything high end. So there's certainly that market. And then there are other audio enthusiasts that will certainly be interested in your product line. Can you explain from price point and what you're penetrating in the market? It's remarkable to me when we went through the numbers, because this could be explosive over the next couple of years.
Certainly. First, taking into consideration who the customer is that our resellers see, they sell a lot at certain price points, and at certain price points that drops off. I want to stress that the Nexus Audio Technologies products are not going to be in the stratosphere. They're not going to be $100,000 amplifiers. So it's not as niche as you might think. We also don't want to get involved in the commodity driven market because that's overplayed. We don't want to be in the $500 receiver market, right? Our resellers are telling us that the sweet spot, things that are sold every week in their establishments, is everywhere from $7,000 to about $15,000 to $16,000. That's where we plan on being. That's where we are with our products. We have our product roadmap developed all the way through the end of 2024, as you know, Izzy. In terms of who the customer is, more and more we're seeing people in the custom integration market being approached by interior designers, by architects, to come into one's home and design home theater systems and design music systems for people's home. When people do come into a brick and mortar location, which of course we'll service as well, they tend to be not audiophiles now. They are individuals of a certain wealth, and they're buying more visually, which is why this aspect of our product, and I harp on the industrial design being key, is nobody has focused on that. Nobody sits back and looks at who the customer is and what they want to see in their home. They're still designing it from a locking their head in a vice and listening to it scenario, all right? We have an industrial design that will appeal to a wide range of consumers. And that is more and more how things are being sold now. Hey, that looks really great. How does it sound? Oh, it does look great. It sounds amazing. Okay, I'll take that.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's what I wanted to clarify on there, is that this isn't something that you're just going to walk into a Best Buy and see for $500-600. It's going to be beautiful, as well as your distribution partners and channels that would be able to customize the audio experience and select what they would want to get from Nexus. And your background in that with Krell and what you did there, it's absolutely remarkable. So I think that's going to be a huge driver for that. And you at the helm, there's no doubt in my mind, investors will be confident, because everyone who's anybody in the audio and sound, audio and visual industry knows who Walter Schofield is. So that's super exciting. Great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And every investor, of course, gets the family deal on a system, right?
There you go. There you go.
Thank you
All
for
right.
having me, Izzy. Thank you very much for listening, folks. Have a great day.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Okay. So Kimberly, if you could turn your video on, there you are. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight you. Man, this is another exciting one. And you've done some amazing things in your career, Kimberly. Do you want me to call you Kim for the audience, or Kimberly? What do you?
Kim.
I don't want you to feel like you're in trouble calling you Kimberly. So Kim, you've done some amazing things in your career as an OB, and I want the world to be able to understand the problem that's happening out there, because I saw it in my little girl. You've got something that can help revolutionize the way women, and even little girls like mine, are dealing with a yeast infection. And my little girl, just, you know the story, she was taking some prescription for being sick or whatever, and it obviously stripped some things out of her that are necessary to the body. And what ends up happening, my wife is like, she's got a yeast. And here I am thinking, only women can get that, not little girls. And I've just recently discovered that men can get a yeast. Of course, I have a tendency of stealing thunder, and I don't want to do that with your presentation because I think it's remarkable. But without further ado, would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Kim Langdon, or I should say, Dr. Kim Langdon. Thank you so much for presenting, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So I guess, let's see. Can I share? Oh, here we go. So basically, I founded a company called Coologix, and our first product is a patented, faster and more effective cure of vaginal yeast infections. The problem, I know it's not something everybody wants to talk about, but it's a very common problem. It's a very distressing problem. And currently, the treatment options are terrible. It's one of the most common things I would see in the office. Probably saw 1 or 2 patients a day who had tried something over the counter. And because those don't work very well, they ended up in my office requesting relief from their problem. So let's just talk about some of the over-the-counter drugs. Monostat's the brand leader over the counter. 4,000 people have rated their drug, 2 to 3 out of 10. Basically, they say it makes their symptoms worse. They say, don't ever use this product. And I've known that for years. I often told my patients, look, you're not going to get better with the medication for a while. So why don't you put a cold pack down there until the medicine kicks in? So despite the shortcomings of the market, the US market combined prescription and OTC is 1.3 billion. And we plan to acquire, a portion of both. But before I go into it anymore, just so you divide it up, the OTC is 300 million a year. Prescriptions are primarily all generics. Oral diflucan is the leader. None of them work very well. Their efficacy is getting worse. They are very slow to cure. With the topical creams, the symptoms worsen, as I've already shown. And when you give an oral or systemic drug for a topical infection, you're creating this antifungal drug resistance problem that basically kills the immunocompromised 40% of the time if they get a fungal blood infection. People who are asthmatic and take steroids, or someone who's undergoing chemotherapy, if they get a fungal infection, we just don't have things that work anymore, primarily because of the overprescribing of diflucan for this problem. So what's our solution? Well, first of all, here's a picture of it. It's easy for women to use. It's a tampon-like intravaginal device that's cooled in your freezer. After that, you insert it for 20 to 30 minutes. You experience almost immediate relief within minutes. After 20 to 30 minutes, you throw it away and you repeat that for a course of either 2 to 4 times. That's going to be part of our clinical trial to determine that. I won't scare you too much with the mechanism, but here's a pictorial of how this device works compared to drugs. Drugs usually only target one mechanism of action, whereas we have 4 mechanisms. So just the short of it, on the left here, you see yeast buds. Those are what live on our skin, our intestines, vagina. Normally, they don't do anything. They just hang out. But when the environment changes, such as heat, pH, antibiotics, as Izzy mentioned, that triggers this chemical called heat shock proteins, or HSP90. Those levels increase in the yeast, which cause the buds to morph into the pseudohyphae and hyphae. That then triggers the immune response, which are called PMNs. They're white blood cells that come out, a big army come out, try to attack the invading hyphae, but they don't work, they die, and that's what causes all the terrible symptoms and then leads to biofilms. So by cooling the vagina to less than 86 degrees for 20 to 30 minutes, I've learned you can reverse the hyphae back to the bud and basically take care of the symptoms at the same time. So here's kind of a summary. So we cure the infection by returning the hyphae, the infection state, back to the dormant bud state. In some cases, we're killing it. We stop inflammation of itching, burning, swelling, and pain, because we all know for hundreds of years probably that cold packs can do that. And we've proven those first 2 mechanisms in human and animal data. And then the last 2 are very important. And this is exactly why our solution is so much better than a drug, because it targets all the components of the infection, not just the pathogen, not just the yeast. It's taking care of the inflammation, it's helping the pH, and it's breaking up the biofilms. So when you compare Coologic solution to what's out there, as you can see, we check a lot of boxes. We're going to be more highly effective. We've already shown that in some small clinical trials. We're faster. We have no chemicals. We have no herbs. We have no drugs. We stop the symptoms, as I described. We should be able to treat all species of yeast. I won't go into that as to why. We won't be adding to the drug resistance problem. We help restore the microbiome because lactobacillus is part of the normal microbiome and it is metabolically active in cold. So we're not harming the good flora. Of course, we're not introducing any skin irritants, and we're not going to be interacting with any drugs. And there's no mess like the topical creams. So again, I know this is kind of boring to people. So basically, we've got the proof from microbiology. I won't read that. I've already discussed it. The mouse data, the reason the mouse data is so important is because Dr. Paul Fidel, who studied, who's an expert in yeast infections, he studied all the drugs that are currently on the market in the mouse model, and they did not work in the mouse except at fatal doses for diflucan. So it was very nice to learn that our facsimile of a device actually worked with very, very low p-values. You know, the lower the p-value, the more statistically significant it is. So overall, we have 27 cures for yeast infections. We've also learned that it can probably eliminate bacterial vaginosis, which is actually slightly more common than yeast infections. So we basically have the trifecta of proof. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. So many drugs get funded at about the microbiology stage. They're like, oh, okay, this Petri dish looks like this chemical works. And then they go to the mouse study, and then maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. And even if it works in the mouse, doesn't mean it's going to work in the human. But in our case, since the drugs didn't work in the mouse and ours did, this is even, higher proof that we are going to be highly effective. And then, of course, we have human data as well. So with that in mind, we also have intellectual property. We have 2 granted patents, method or utility, good until 2034, and a design. We have the patents are granted for both yeast infections and bacterial vaginosis. So we'll be covering 90% of all the forms of vaginitis, potentially more. The study will show. We're going to evaluate some different endpoints. From a regulatory standpoint, we've already had meetings with the FDA. We're currently approvable now for symptom relief, but because we want to go for the cure indication, we need to do a larger clinical trial. They have referred us for breakthrough designation, meaning basically, I won't give you the criteria, but we think we will qualify and we need to make that application. But once you get a breakthrough designation, you get expedited approval through the FDA, you go to the top of the line, unlimited access to them. So they make sure you design your trial correctly to get the desired endpoints. You usually get automatic insurance coverage. And of course, that means higher margins than the over-the-counter. And so we have an access to the prescription market, which is larger than the over-the-counter. But again, we plan to approach this in a 2-pronged approach. We plan to educate the doctors and get it through the prescriptive path first. And then once they're educated, we will market it for over-the-counter use as well. So basically, why would doctors prescribe this? Well, quite frankly, I think this is going to become the standard of care once this gets out there. I mean, to be able to offer a non-chemical solution that works faster and more effectively, something that has clinical data behind it and FDA approval. Doctors already know they don't like to use diflucan for topical infections because of the drug resistance problem. So, they've just had no choice because the over-the-counter stuff doesn't work. So they've had to use diflucan. It'll be very important for recurrent sufferers who don't use the over-the-counter. They come in for prescriptions. These women get 4, 5, 6 of these a year. They're miserable. They miss a lot of work. And, the other things the doctors will like that it avoids the liability of using a systemic drug, because diflucan can interact with other drugs and cause side effects, including liver dysfunction. Basically, it's going to save the patient from having to go to the pharmacy if the doctors decide to carry it in the office. They certainly could do that. And according to my financial experts, we've done some projections. So year 1 would be the first year of launch. But we have to go through a clinical trial and get FDA approval before we launch, right? Of course. So these are the projections where we would be cash flow positive by year 2, quarter 1. And this is primarily by approaching a regional portion of the country, the West Coast primarily first. And, we'll target about 1/3 of those OBGYNs. And with COGS of $3 to $5 initially, that would be for a packet of 2 or 4. We have a very good margin, and these are the projected numbers that, according to the people who have helped me model this, since I'm not an expert in this, we've used very conservative, such to the point that we're just expecting doctors to maybe write one prescription a week. And just to remind you, I usually saw 1 or 2 patients a day. So I do think one prescription a week is pretty doable. So this is kind of how it looks. We're trying to raise $3 million to get through a clinical trial, which should be a very short one, given the condition is only followed up for a month. And then another couple months to file our de novo application with the FDA. Hopefully we'll have that breakthrough designation and get expedited review. And we could potentially be ready to launch in 14 to 18 months. However, it's possible after FDA approval, we will merge or license or partner with a strategic. We've already had some strategics show some interest. We could also, if we're going to launch ourselves, we'd raise an additional tranche of funding, build out our team. That's what I'm doing now. I'm looking for primarily women CEOs and CMOs. I've had a couple good conversations. Once we're funded, that will be very aggressive, where we'll be seeking leadership. I clearly recognize that I'm now going to be the steward of this project. I've carried as far as I can, and I do know that I will need strong leadership, which we will recruit once we are funded. Just an idea of what an exit might look like. The Merck Organon acquired Alydia, which is an obstetric medical device, for $224 million. That was after FDA approval. And just to compare this, you might see 1 or 2 postpartum hemorrhage a year, whereas, I said 1 to 2 vaginal yeast infections a day. And so basically we're seeking $3 million. We're a clinical stage company with a prescription and over-the-counter medical device in a large prescription and OTC category. Again, we are drug-free, chemical-free, non-chemical, immediate symptom relief, and highly and more effective than drugs. We have the data to support it and issued patents, and our Q submission was favorable. We do have a team now that can get us through the regulatory process. We have a manufacturing person who's done all sorts of complicated devices. We have the final design of the device. Here it is right here. And it was shown in that picture before. I have a clinical trial expert. We've already written the clinical trial protocol. It's been reviewed once by the FDA. We're going to go for secondary follow-up to nail those down. Our regulatory person has already gotten 40 devices, class 2 and 3, through regulatory process. And of course, we'll continue our intellectual property work. We have 2 already granted. I have additional pending for other conditions such as preterm birth prevention, fungal nail bed infections, diaper rash, vulvodynia. All of those are pending. As far as my advisory board, I don't have my business advisory board set up just yet, but the chairman of Ohio State University Department of OBGYN wanted to do the original study, told me this was a game changer. The LSU chairman of their department did the mouse studies and confirms that this was a robust mechanism of action. The infectious disease director at the Ohio State University Infectious Disease Institute was just I did a student presentation, and he was fascinated by this discovery. And then Nicole Williams has also been using this in her office, and she says this is poised to affect millions of lives. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right, great job. Well, give her a round of applause in the chat there. I'll give you a round of applause myself. I love this whole concept because, when I've been around this industry since the 90s, as you know, Kim, and when I've seen medical device opportunities going through 510K trials and things of that nature, much more complicated than what you're doing. So I believe when the capital is raised, for that $3 million that you're going to fly through that whole process. Obviously, that's my opinion. But I wanted to touch on that for a second because, you touched on something that ICE has been used for the ages, right? And obviously your delivery of it hasn't been, but over 150 years of using ICE in the medical industry. Can you tell us, the investor audience, what that would look like what you're envisioning the 510K process would be with the FDA approval.
Okay, well, we will be a de novo application with follow-up applications being the 510K. Because there is no predicate device, there's no device that treats this condition. There are intervaginal devices that treat other conditions. So basically we have to do an original de novo application, which means we'll get our own category. And because we'll be doing a clinical trial to support the outcome and what we want to be able to label it as being able to do, any type of infringer, potential infringer would have to go through that same process, a clinical trial, in order to try to sneak in on us as another interventional cooling device, besides the fact that we have IP. So basically all we have to do is get the clinical trial done, do the bench testing. Bench testing is things like making sure this is safe, that it doesn't cause any irritation, accelerated aging. You just have to make sure everybody has, crossed the T, dotted the I's. This isn't hard. This is a class 2 device here. It's a class 1 device in Europe. I mean, it's about as low risk as you can get. I mean, tampons are a class 2 device and they're riskier. So we're very confident that we're going to get FDA approval, primarily because they're very excited that they will be that the device section of the FDA will now have something that can counter the drugs that have been approved. And the drugs are getting very, very expensive and are only reserved for very complicated cases. And they still, even the newer drugs, don't work that well. Did that answer your question?
It does indeed. And when you when you think about that process, what's the timeline look like? And obviously these are opinions. And this isn't an offer to buy or sell securities. This is to heighten the visibility and the awareness. Obviously, you would have to connect you with Kim and her team and myself. But in any event, just putting that out there, what would that timeline look like?
Right. From the time of funding, we can get through an IRB. You have to go through an IRB to get the clinical trial, registered and so forth. You have to start enrolling people. So between 1 and 8 months will be that process. Then another 4, maybe 5 months to get FDA approval. So we expect to be able to launch. And at this point, we'll be building a team out. We'll be doing the branding, seeding all the marketing and stuff like that. So we think we can launch regionally, at least, by 14 to 18 months post-funding.
Absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. This is so exciting because, to your point, and I think you're alluding to a plunger type device for a tampon, if you will, much more risk because there's the propensity, if it's not used correctly, for toxic shock, right? Right. Nothing like that would be happening here. Yeah, I mean, simple and easy to use. So I just really believe that this is going to go through that process with flying colors and very, very quickly. And then that means that there's significant barriers to entry, because where you've gotten the project to where we are now, it's not like this happened overnight. This was a long journey. Can you just touch on that for a second, Kim? Because I know you've done a lot.
Yeah, this has been a 10-year-long journey. And this isn't something that I said, oh, gee, I'm going to set out and become an inventor and an entrepreneur. This just happened by fluke. It was me trying to solve a problem that I had at home one night. And because I'm kind of stubborn, I didn't want to use an external cold pack. So I made myself an internal cold pack with the idea that I would just take care of symptoms, because I knew it would do that. And then I thought, well, then I'll get in the office the next day and I'll take Diflucan or whatever was on the shelf. And it turned out I never needed that. And, days and weeks went by and I was sort of scratching my head. And so I knew I was onto something. And I was actually kind of annoyed that someone hadn't thought of this before. I'm like, geez, why did it have to be me? Why? But anyway, it is me. And I knew this was my purpose on the planet. And I'm really excited about being able to solve a very real problem for real women that don't like to talk about it. Men don't know about it. And the other thing you should know is really the ultimate goal is to get this on the market as a preterm birth prevention device, because we know if we treat yeast infections and bacterial vaginosis in pregnancy, we can lower preterm births by 33 to 66%.
Wow,
However,
that's incredible.
So what I found is we have these United Kingdom maternal fetal medicine specialists. They're very excited. They want to do this. 2 of them are preterm birth experts. I've sent them the white papers to explain why I think this will work in so many different capacities. Having had a premature birth and now retrospectively realizing it was probably from a yeast infection, I feel like, you know, this was a gift given to me so that I can get this on the market and save little
Amen.
babies from being
Amen.
born too soon.
Amen, amen, and amen. You're saving lives even with that little device there. That's absolutely remarkable, incredible. Kim, I'm so proud to be a part of this project. It's so exciting. It's simple. Investors are going to fall in love with Kim Langdon because you're so transparent. You're humble, right? You've said by your own admission, hey, I'm stepping out of the way. I brought this as far as I can bring this. I want a female CEO. I think that just makes sense for obvious reasons. And for the other C-level and the C-suite that you're building, you want a team of women, and that all makes sense. This is really exciting what you're doing. So my hat's off to you. I have no doubt in my mind your project's going to get funded, and it's going to go through that FDA process. I think about, you know, people that have stumbled across ideas like this kindergarten teacher with what's it called, Airborne, right? That little fizzy tablet thing that you put in there. You stumbled across this in your practice because you know how to handle these things and you took care of it on your own. And now you're saying, hey, why in the world are we not doing this? I'm a physician and I saw remarkable results. Why aren't we doing this? Of course, we could, you know, lean towards, well, does big pharma not want something like this to come out? I don't know. I'm not saying that or bashing anyone. I would just rather see any female use something like this that has the propensity to be pregnant, right? And not have to put little babies at risk. That's just so exciting to me. Anything I can do with that, I'm high-fiving you for sure. Great job. Give Kim another round of applause in the chat there. Excellent job. I'm so looking forward to seeing you become a household name. Thank you, Kim. Great
Thanks.
job again. All right. Up next, we've got my friend Duncan Burns. Duncan, let me go ahead and spotlight you.
Great. Thank you,
Here we
Izzy.
go. How are you
Thank you.
doing? Oh, look, you got like that 70s thing. I'm gonna
It
my collar like yours, man.
just happens to happen with my collar.
Well,
Great.
it's great to see you, my friend. And
You.
you know that I love your product. I've got one of them on my kitchen counter. And folks, here's the most remarkable thing that I learned with this particular device here. I know we've rebranded some things, and I'll let you unveil that. But with this particular device sitting on my kitchen counter, okay, we used to do like an ice cream night during COVID, and we'd put out all the gummy worms and M&Ms and the toppings and stuff like that. And my little guy, his name is Hudson, he would always sneak over and grab a handful of whatever he wanted. And then my daughter would come over. The exciting thing about this, when I had gotten this into my home, and maybe 2 weeks before that, Duncan had said, you know why people don't eat fruits and vegetables as much as they should? It's because it's hidden in the refrigerator, turning into a soupy mess. If you just have it in front of people, they'll eat it. What blew my mind is here was this container stuffed with all the colorful, fresh cut vegetables. And what does Hudson do? He opens that thing like a cookie jar and grabs some vegetables. But on my kitchen table were all the toppings for the ice cream sundae that we were going to be doing later that evening. I was blown away. And I said, Duncan, you are right. You are definitely on to something. And I am super stoked for you to share with the world what you're doing with this project. It's absolutely incredible. It's simple, yet there's this technology, if you will, that you stumbled across, or biotechnology, I should say. So anyway, without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Duncan Burns.
Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that. And I really appreciate also having heard Kim, because her device is something that, again, was like, well, why aren't people doing this? It's just a simple solution that makes a huge change, a foundational change on some of the care that is being done. So I appreciate that, Kim. I'm going to share my screen here. And this is the Fruit and Veggie Keeper made by VeggieDome, which is my company. It's utility patented. Now, who am I? I'm the dad who wanted to help his kids eat more veggies. They'd come home from school and grab crackers out of the box, and 5 minutes later, they'd still be hungry. I thought, well, I could use some of my experience as a child that I know about plants. Maybe I can make it so that they can have vegetables, like in a cookie jar for vegetables. And what happened was I solved a problem that was much greater than just my kids' snacks. The problems are that since we're keeping vegetables in the refrigerator in plastic bags, 40% of them are being wasted. We forget about them, the bag opens up. It's over $100 a month in US households. But also it's out of mind. We walk in the kitchen, where's the food? It's all kind of kept away from our eyes. And 90% of the Americans do not eat the recommended daily amount of fruits and vegetables, and it is reflected on our health. And I'll be passionate about this project, and because I've really come across a lot of data that what we are eating in America is really not that healthy. If we can at least just eat more vegetables, fresh produce, fresh fruit, it'll be better for us. The solution is that there's a way to keep vegetables out on the table. We've got a utility patent on keeping fresh vegetables out on the table. It sounds interesting. Well, why are we putting it in the fridge again? Because it's not visible. Let's say I could, let me stop for a second here. Let's say I go over to Izzy's house and I'm going to have dinner with this beautiful family, and I bring a bouquet of flowers, okay? And we put the flowers in a vase in the living room, and boom, it lights up the room. It's like all different natural colors of a flower vase on a table, just really highlights the room. Instead, Izzy, he's a character. He likes to be able to put the flowers that I brought over for dinner and puts them in the fridge, closes the door. They'll keep fresh in there, but it's a different type of thing to do with this natural phenomenon, which is now I'm going towards vegetables. We're putting them in the fridge, and it's just as a really remarkable mistake as putting flowers, let's say, in a refrigerator and just to keep them fresh. We don't see them. We don't have them out on the table. What happens is we're not replacing. This is me as a kid. This is why I'm. This slide up here is showing me growing orchids in a greenhouse that my brother and I had built. This is why I came up with that solution that you just saw. I know that plants can live off of moisture in the air, so I wanted to keep vegetables fresh on the table. I knew that orchids could do it. Why couldn't vegetables? So I made the device, the VeggieDome, which you've seen illustrated there, and found out that it's a very welcome market. We did an Indiegogo campaign to make our first molds and our first 2,000 units. In that Indiegogo, we sold it to 47 states in the United States over a 45-day period, showing that people would like to be healthy and they want to have a new place for their vegetables. That picture of that little tiny leaf that's in that photograph is actually the bok choy stem inside the VeggieDome, where little sprouts were starting to grow. That's how fresh it keeps it. They're actually alive in there. And through that and other productions, we've sold 7,500 units, which are now selling for $59.99. Our target mass market price is $39.99. We want to get it into more kitchens and will be more efficient and effective in making these units because we'll be mass producing then with the molds that we've already proven. Now, going to market strategies. This is a consumer product. Some people, some investors look askance. Well, how can we really make a profit with a consumer product? It is by being able to sell in all the major avenues, whether or not it's national retail or even opening partnerships with hotels. Veggie Domes in a hotel, you can order it to your room and they can send it from their kitchen, which is just repurposed the salad making things into something that they can sell and have up in the rooms for healthy stay for their guests. Licensing, we've been approaching, we've got in discussions right now with two pretty major companies that will be able to get them into the stores and experienced, and they'll be paying us licensing fees for that. The utility patent has really benefited us on that. Obviously, continue on with our online sales and work with social causes. Social causes would be having fundraising, let's say the American Diabetes Association. If they start selling Veggie Domes, they are actually providing a tool, a way in which people can reverse type 2 diabetes or even at least curtail it. We need to eat more vegetables, folks. And so what happens is we've got a win-win there. They're not only raising money with a fundraiser, they're also helping the people that are buying them. And we get new units into kitchens across the United States. That's good advertising and good marketing. Also, QVC, this is a prime example for something that does well there. Very visually stimulating, and you've got vegetables and food being put in a glass. The idea is, how do we focus this? How do we get this to a really passionate group of people? There is a trend going on worldwide, and there are leaders in many of the communities that we have, whether it's sports or music or arts and film. We've got Academy Award winners who are vegan or plant-based. And the Food Revolution Network, started by John Robbins, Baskin Robbins heir, who decided not to make ice cream anymore. He wanted to make people healthy. He got together with Paul McCartney and made a seminar where 250,000 people were on the Zoom call for 6 days in a row. It was fantastic. There is, in fact, a trend towards eating better, towards eating more plant-based or just getting more vegetables in your diet, okay? Eat more celery sticks and carrots. The Plantrition Project. Thousands of doctors in the United States are going towards making it so that their patients, their clients will eat better in terms of eating more vegetables. Each one of those small little photographs that are down there are multiple best-selling authors, surgeons, PhDs, researchers, are all four of those. I mean, they're fantastic people. And what happens is the Veggie Dome is a tool to be able to get the change in lifestyle to happen for their clients, for their patients. Buy a Veggie Dome, fill it up on Sunday afternoon. By Wednesday, it should be empty of all of the carrots and celery and radishes that you've put in there for your body, and you've eaten them because it's like a cookie jar. And by Wednesday, you refill it, and then you have it, eat it up for the next couple of days. Think about that. These people who are so passionate about having people be healthier in the United States and in the world are looking towards something that we own the stage for. If the stars are the vegetables, we own the stage, which is the display out on the kitchen table. But think about this. I'm talking about just a core, very passionate group that we can market with, and we can actually provide them a tool, because there are really 6 multi-billion-dollar industries that the Veggie Dome can actually be a new device or tool to help nutritionists, to be part of a vegan household, housewares in general. This is a new category for housewares. We are making the out of refrigerator produce keeper. It's a display. And people ask, well, you know, how long does it last? Does it last better than the refrigerator? It, in fact, lasts as well as in the refrigerator, and many things even further. There are some things that you wouldn't put in a Veggie Dome necessarily, like broccoli. You better eat it in about 2 or 3 days, because broccoli is little tiny flower blossoms blossoming, and they begin to open because they're alive. So this is a tool that you use in your household. You're putting in things that you're going to be eating. And all these 6 multi-billion-dollar industries like weight loss coaches, athletic trainers, and then the doctors that I've mentioned earlier in that slide, are ways in which this can have huge avenues of marketing and actually helps these industries have a device to make their clients more successful. So my management team, we've got great folks. I've been working with them for now a couple of years. Definitely large scale experience, but they turn towards working with the Veggie because it's a tool, it's a device they think is going to help people in the world. And that's one reason why I've been able to be so successful. Some of the advisors that I have, we've got Dr. David Katz. Again, he's a nutritionist. He's got a following of 1 million people on LinkedIn. He's got 2 Veggie Domes, his wife, and he loved it. And he would use it as part of the methodology of helping people have a better nutrition. John Sally, he loves the Veggie Dome, but also he's interested in having people eat more vegetables and fruit. And this is part of his mission. Royston is great. He's going to help and guide us in reaching out to the markets. He's got 12 million followers and he's only 28 years old. He's definitely into it. And again, this is somebody who says, you know what? I'm interested in people eating more vegetables and being healthier. And they, boom, get back onto our team. It's going to be very, very easy. Not, we're obviously going to have funding for that, but for the advisors and for the influencers that we are going to bring on in a more business fashion, they're already tilted towards wanting to help a product that's going to help others have healthier lifestyles. We're looking for $1 million, and this is what I'm here to talk to you folks about. This $1 million will be able to revolutionize the kitchens in the world, certainly starting in the nation here in America, because we've got these avenues of strategic partnerships signed up. We've already made several production runs of this and done test marketing on it. As you can see, most of the funding would be going towards a scaled inventory. We'd be making new molds that can make 1 million copies each. And again, we have to bring it to the market in a serious way. That's why we've got this delineated towards having a fund. And I know that there are people who like having actual hard figures, and we do have that, but I wanted to give you at least an impression of what the money is going to be spent on for raising $1 million. It's going to be a blast, because what happens is the only reason why people aren't using the Veggie Domes right now is because they're not there already made. We need to mass produce them, and they're not that expensive. We've been able to get the cost down even in post-COVID time. We used to be making them for $14, $15 each unit and selling them for $69. Now we're going to be able to bring it down to only $10 per unit. And so as we start mass producing, our costs will be up to more efficient, we'll be more effective with our spending, and be able to make it so that the name grows, the concept grows, and also by licensing it to other companies, we'll be able to get the word out that this device will be verified by other companies and be able to grow in an amazing way. We've got so many different people who want to, and partnerships, that this little arc that you're seeing going up and making $5 million and more is really something that we'll easily be able to achieve. Again, our funding is for $1 million that we're looking for. That would be completely all we need to operate, and the runway would be a year and a half. We'd already be selling our products within 10 months. And that brings to mind part of the way in which we're raising the funding is revenue share option. That's one way in which effectively you get a royalty of what we're making even this year. And as we sell them this year, meaning 2023, and sell in the holiday seasons, that's when the money will actually start being a ROI for you, a turnaround will be within that year or at least 15 months. Equity through a safe hybrid convertible note, which will have a great deal. This funding is the best it's going to be on this round. So if you get on this round, you're looking very good, because we actually perceive being able to have the launch be just this funding, because once we start getting them into other areas and other countries, there's going to be a momentum to be able to produce and mass produce even more from that funding. So let me stop share here. It's only $1 million to change kitchens throughout the world, Izzy. And I've already test marketed it. I've already made them. I've actually been able to make a deal already that cuts the price per unit from 15 down to 10. We're ready to pull the trigger.
So excited. Give him a round of applause. Great job. Show him some love in the chat. Duncan, I'm always impressed whenever you present. I mean, this idea, like Kim, simple to understand how it can revolutionize a kitchen counter. I think about someone like a George Foreman who took a cheap plastic grill made in China, right? 100 million units sold worldwide, 100 million units. That is absolutely remarkable. So I think about how easy is this thing to clean? You throw everything in the dishwasher if that's happening. The way the tray sits there, and I have it because I know we use it all the time. It's always full of either fresh cut fruits or vegetables or both. So it's so easy to understand. It's simple. I love this. I love how it can help people to see that, hey, I need to be eating more of this, right? And folks, and we've got a physician on here. Kim is a physician. You tell me, is fresh fruits and vegetables, if you wouldn't mind unmuting a second, Kim, is that important for gut health and immune health, having a strong immune system, boosting your immunity? Yes, thank you, Duncan. To fight off whatever viruses, come into this world that we don't even see in the future, but that we're dealing with right now. Is that essential? Is it vital, having fresh fruits and vegetables, Kim?
Absolutely. I mean, that's always the best way to eat any of your food. I mean, the second best would be frozen, but yeah, I mean, you lose a lot of nutrients once you cook it, especially when you overcook it. But Duncan probably has those statistics more than I do. And plus it just tastes better. I definitely agree. Health practitioners will love this. With the obesity problem we're facing in the United States, there's all sorts of nutrition centers, and then, just doctors who treat diabetes. I mean, be happy to, help you brainstorm on that if you'd like. But definitely, I have it on my list to buy for Christmas.
Yes.
Great. It is a great Christmas gift. It's also a nice house gift. It's one of these things where it's going to start replicating, and we are not just a one product company. This is our flagship, but it's kind of taking off, so we're having to focus on it. And in terms of type 2 diabetes and even heart disease, there are reversible ways with your diet, eating more fresh fruit and vegetables. I know people like eating meat and they think about protein, but guess what? Where do you get your fiber? Because your gut needs fiber. And if we are eating processed food and not eating things with a lot of, it doesn't have to be like fiber, like strings. Any vegetable, all different types of vegetable, the more variety that you have is better. What happens is, great, well, put it on the counter. And that's what we're doing. We own the utility patent for the stage or display that they could be out on your table. And people are just going to have to see, as this door starts opening up, how this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, one other comment. Have you ever read the book, The China Study? Because
Izzy laughs because I mentioned it before.
That was the first things he told me about.
Yeah, Kim, and the reason why I told him, Izzy, about that when I started off is I was reading that book while I was making the invention. it was a complete weird synergy. It's like, hey, I just discovered how to make vegetables on the table. And I just read a book about how if you eat more vegetables and fruit, you don't get what people think are diseases like heart disease. You don't catch heart disease, people. You fork it, you know, but
Well,
anyway.
And they show pictures of before and after arteries. So you think once
Right.
you have those clogged arteries, you can't unclog them, but that's not true if you go to a plant-based or a highly plant-based diet. Sure.
Right, right.
Pictures.
But and my vision is just let's get people to eat some more vegetables. Just eat more celery sticks and carrots. Get a little bit more into your life, and as you get rewarded by eating more of it, maybe you will eat more a plant-based diet or more towards it. And you know what? A lot of Americans, especially young Americans, are going towards eating more plant-based. It really is, and they're not going back. It's actually less expensive. So that's one reason why the kids are doing it. But this is the device that is the stage for that change. We will be visibly a representation of a change in the kitchen, which helps the lifestyle towards healthy. And also people like eating. I mean, come on, it's a good snack.
Yeah,
Crunch away, man. It's not just
Absolutely. And that's what I love about this cohort. The acronym FEP is for Fidelity Equity Partners, and it's collaborative, right? FEP collaborative. Why? Because you get a collaboration like this. And Duncan, PSO, by the way, make sure you're connecting with Kim, and please send her a Veggie Dome, because that is someone on me. Okay.
I would love to get her opinion on it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Get one over, because you get someone like that. And what I love about Kim is she's not condescending to anyone with the brilliance that she has, right? She's a renowned physician, knows the medical community well, can help get exposure for you. It's a collaborative effort, right? That's what I love about this cohort. So in any event, make sure you connect with Kim on that. Get her one of those on me, please. And I'm really looking forward to you guys connecting and brainstorming there. But great job, Duncan. Simple idea, and yet so powerful. So great job. Give him one final round of applause. And we are going to now move to our next presenter. Great job. Okay, Anna, I'm going to bring you here to the stage. Well, why am I saying that? But we used to do these live and in person. So let me hand you over here, Anna. Anna, it's so great to have you here today. You and I have been developing a friendship, probably because of our Latin roots as well. So that's been fun getting to know you. And I love this project that you're working on with All Rise Mission. And when I think about the community that's out there, and we've all been talking about helping people, what you're doing is going to be absolutely remarkable for people to plug into in the very near future. But folks, without further ado, help me introduce Anna Castro with All Rise Mission. Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you, Izzy. And hello, everybody. And thank you for having me here. And yes, I'm the founder of All Rise Mission. And a little introduction about myself. I was raised between the city and my parents' farms. I became a civil engineer. And after 20 plus years of experience, I had the privilege to be elected president of the Civil Engineering Organization of Honduras. I was able to travel to different countries, understanding the most painful and biggest problems on earth through workshops and seminars. 11 years ago, my family and I came to the United States, and we became citizens. And it is here in this blessed country where I finalized the All Rise vision, which I understand from bottom to top. It has been a lifetime journey and call. And I'm going to go ahead and start with first presentation. And our platform helps struggling communities to build prosperity by connecting services with residents trying to start their business or grow their businesses. Right. This is our team. Our team is, I call it my mighty team. It's located in different countries. They are developing countries, which are the most needed communities that will benefit from RISE mission. And I better go ahead and it just stop. Bear with me. I'm going to share again. My core team, we have been working for the past several years, and our RISE mission only gets stronger and more solid as we go. And validation comes across with different organizations and sources that we have reached out. What is the problem? The problem is just in the United States, around 30% of small businesses don't have an online business. And in addition, the majority of business owners lack college education. Our customers struggle to navigate the internet in a meaningful way when in search of basic business and living assistance, feeling helpless to address the burdens that threatens them and their communities. They are unaware of the power of the web. And the best way to show the problem is through this illustration. You can see here the owner standing, his business at the back. He's surrounded by homeless person, stray dog. You can see the garbage, the dirty road, and the few customers looking at the surrounding. What are our services? Our services, and to identify them, I got them here, is through free membership. First thing, our business owner will have the opportunity to see 2 short video tutorials that are 2-3 minutes each. And it's going to teach to how to open a social media page, a landing page, and how to work on the business and not in the business. And he can move towards paid membership. That is a business guidance on how to start and grow your business, financial resources, and market. We're going to have 2 local search boxes. One, I'm going to go back to the illustration. If you see the garbage here, our directory of startups that target these problems, that's what our RISE mission is going to offer. And if you see the dirty water, the homeless and the stray dog, our directory of NGOs and philanthropists are going to identify all organizations and philanthropies that are addressing this burden. Because our communities have different priorities and sizes, our platform is custom-based for each community. So when we arrive to a community, we arrive understanding their potentials, the resources, and their burdens. What is going to happen with our RISE mission? This is what we're going to get afterwards. Now you can see the business owner with more customers. You can see the guy and the bicycle because now he has online presence. You can see now the clean water. You can see also there's no garbage. There's no homeless, and there's no stray dog. And I forgot to mention our star service, which is that unit of excellence. You see here the dirty water. There's no wastewater in this community. Our units of excellence are hubs for capacity building that can bring these projects to reality using the figure of private-public partnerships. It's all going to stay in that unit of excellence and make it happen in a timely manner. And this is how we're going to make the magic with our RISE mission. And that's my presentation. I am open to your questions, Easy.
Well, I think what's important for everyone to understand is the use case scenarios, right? Your platform that is being built right now has the ability for folks like nonprofits to plug into this, where someone maybe is notified that, hey, there was a homeless person that's constantly hanging around this coffee shop that I frequent from time to time. And recently I saw this, and now they can go onto the All Rise platform and help in that capacity. Can you talk about some other use case scenarios where there's different verticals that we've talked about and looked at here and the money that could be made?
Of course. As you can see here, you can see the scenario that is around the customers and the business owner. They are going to now have the capacity to go into their devices, mobile phone, and contact through All Rise Mission the local entities, the local NGOs and philanthropies that are addressing these burdens and communicate, hey, here we have a homeless person that I see all the time. This dog that is always around this business. And they will be able to take care of this burden because that's what they do. Before, there's nothing that all the owner could do and the customer was just lament that because this is tragedy that they are seeing while they are having a nice meal. They are looking at this, and this really gets into you on what's going on in the world is still today, but it's a reality. And this is pretty much the use case that we can that All Rise Mission does here. Sure.
And I think what's important as well is that while it feigns the sound of a nonprofit, you're very much a for-profit organization. So can you explain the model there? Because I think at first blush, when someone hears this and even the sound of the name of the company, Mission, oftentimes that has a connotation of nonprofit or maybe faith-based, any of those things. Now, while I understand you have a faith as well, talk a little bit about what this is going to look like for the business model and how you would generate revenue.
We are entire for-profit company. Our customers don't want charity because one thing is when you don't have food at that moment, when you are living a burden in your life, you're having mental issues, you're reaching for help, but people want to get out of that condition. So it's not about give me a plate of food. It's just, I want to get out of this condition. And it depends on who you are. So All Rise Mission has different stream income revenues. And you can see here, we have free memberships, we have paid memberships, we have key partnerships that are our social media search engines, NGOs, philanthropies, and startups. We also have the online services and transaction fees. So all of this is going to bring a bundle of different revenue streams to All Rise Mission. And they are described, and that's what we are, I would say, adjusting and accurately working on it with Dan. And they look pretty much great, I would say, because we were very conservative with our numbers. And I can very fast share with you here. Do you see them?
I see that you could probably click on them on the left there.
Mhm.
I see your screen.
Do you
And
see
while
the
you're doing
Excel?
that, no, I don't see the Excel spreadsheet. No, you probably have to stop sharing. And
Yeah.
while you're doing that, explain why a
this is what it
startup
is.
would want to use. Yep, there you go. Explain why a startup would want to use All Rise Mission.
I'm sorry, say it again, it's easy.
Explain why a startup would want to use All Rise Mission.
Well, our mission is a startup. We are the startup.
Well, no,
And
specifically,
I got
one
you.
of your revenue streams.
We
Yeah.
have yes, I got it. Yes, of course. Definitely our startups what do they want? They want market, they want to grow. And that's what we do in our mission, because we have our custom based platforms to address the burdens of communities. We direct those startups, let's say as an example, startups that are addressing garbage. The big problem of this community is garbage. It's not climate change, it's not other thing, but accumulation of garbage. Then we are going to connect those startups with the community so they can bring opportunities for jobs, opportunity for business, for partnerships. And that's a win-win from both sides. So anybody will want to be part if they have the interest.
Excellent. So Anna, I know that you're looking for some later stage capital, and we've talked about how that will grow. But right now, if you had about $250,000 in the platform investment through maybe an angel that would see this, and of course, this isn't an offer to buy or sell securities, just that disclaimer there, you'd have to be in touch with Anna. But needless to say, if an investor were to put that in, and then you could see this roadmap here going through these certain phases, I have no doubt that when Dan ran those numbers and those phases, how they correlate with revenue and everything else, what would an investor see as it could be explosive? Well, going back to, I have no doubt that it could be absolutely explosive. What ends up happening for an investor? What do they get when they start with $250,000 now? Let's go back to that Excel spreadsheet. Probably frustrating you, having you stop sharing again and go back to.
No worries.
I think it's important for them to see this, because while there could be misinterpretations of how this is being articulated, I understand how the platform is going to work and the minimal amount of money that you need to get it off the ground. But as you see here, it begins to scale. And that EBITDA of $107 million, Dan thought it was conservative based on how many nonprofits are out there that are always trying to connect people with different things, how many startups are out there that are looking for data-driven information where they could plug their startup into something. So all those memberships, it ends up being around $107 million in EBITDA. But when we start off in year one with just a couple $300,000 in funding, you're already pacing at doing $3 million in EBITDA. Can you touch on that?
Of course. Dan, I would say, was very, very conservative, because we are hitting the spot on where the system is failing to address development in a timely manner and to address prosperity. So what happens here is that when we implement our first startup, the effect that this is going to have is a domino effect, and other communities are going to be added on. Like right now, we have 5 communities eager to have this prototype tested. And at the back of these are what are those communities that are surrounding them, and then you can continue seeing the growth because of all the impact that All Rise Mission does. As an example, I would tell you right now, even the biggest company, the biggest philanthropist, cannot address not even one of the wicked problems that we have in the world. Why? Because they are organizational driven. Whereas we, our mission, we create a mission driven effect. There's a galaxy of, you name it, institutions, organizations trying to resolve all this wicked. But our mission, what it does, it focuses on a community, and it brings all the strengths to that particular community where we can manage metrics and we connect global organizations and institutions to get that community with those burdens eradicated and with that economy uplifted. Why? Because remember, we understand the resources, the potential, and the burdens. So what is a 5,000 population community for all what is in the world today that addresses those issues? Who would not feel good to be recognized that was part of the eradication and uplifting of XY community? Who wouldn't like to have that recognition?
Sure. It's a great point. And I'm going to point over to Julio Marchi. Julio, can you unmute and just go ahead and share your thought there?
Hey, hi, hello. Hi, Anna.
Hi, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing.
Yeah, I love what you see, and I was listening to your passion on that. I sent a message to Easy about a type of organization called B Corp. It's called Beneficial Corporation. It is being legalized in multiple states, which it's to replace C Corps with a passion for causes, which allow companies to still be a profitable business, but allow them to operate as non-profit organizations, having bylaws and some other types of documentation that open access to grants, open accesses to different groups. And it takes a lot of the stigma of the profitability of it, because you understand the profit goes where it goes, but it causes people to question that. With the non-profit organization takes away just by concept. The V Corp going that middle point where some things are not to be non-profit organizations. They are not meant to be profit organizations, but they still want to travel that same avenue with the same power cap. And that's something you got introduced to me not long ago. And I thought it was very interesting. And when I was hearing your speech and your presentation, the first thing that come to mind is say, that might be something for you to look into that will help immensely your organization to get more access to funds, more access to specialized groups without having to respond to why are you a profitable organization, why you are for profit.
Yeah.
Well, again, that's a nugget for the FEP collaborative, as iron sharpens iron, as we like to say here. So that was a great thought. Thank you for that, Julio. I'm sorry, Anna, you were going to answer his thought there.
No, that's great. As Easy said, All Rise Mission is all for collaborative, not competition. We believe that everyone that is in the same field should collaborate to strengthen the cause, because that is why we are coming to existence. We create a mission-driven effect. At the same time that we do that with any type of business, we have the same logic and we want to strengthen, let's say you are doing you're producing avocados, to say something. Instead of competing in the same community one with the other, let's all assist a market, and let's all strengthen in a collaborative way, so avocados can reach that market where there's a huge demand that is not covered. So makes sense, my logic? I am into an open doors with everything that is in that line of collaboration. So it's a big yes.
Excellent job, Anna. Go ahead and show her some love in the chat. Really appreciate everything that you're doing and proud to be a part of that. I love helping people, love helping communities, and that's exactly what you're doing. But you figured out a spin that you can create a model that has some benefit for investors and yourself, where there's money to be made while helping people. So I love it. Great, great job. Okay.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to our next presenter, Nathan DeYoung. Nathan, where are you? I can't see you on here. If you turn your, oh, there you are. Okay. Let me go ahead and spotlight you. Here we go. Nice office, Nathan. Like
Thanks. It's borrowed.
It's a borrowed office space. Great job.
Yeah.
Well, Nathan, it's been so fun.
Virtually.
Yeah, it's been so fun getting to know you and your family. And I love your heart behind this project. You want to be able to open the channels, similar fashion the way Robinhood did with a platform, but yours has a totally different spin. And I'm really excited for you to share with the audience and the investing audience, the folks that will be plugging in live on the social media channels that we're broadcasting right now, as well as a recording. When they hear this, I think this is so impactful. And I'm really excited for you to share what you can do with Asset Fund. So without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Nathan DeYoung. Go ahead, Nathan.
Appreciate it. Just making sure everybody can see that.
Yep.
All right, great. So hello, I am Nathan DeYoung with Asset Fund. And as you can see there, our goal is to help everyday investors with the accessibility and profitability of business ownership without all the risks. And I probably should say without all the risks. Emphasize that a little bit more because, you know, I'll get into it in a little bit, but there's a lot of problems when it comes to trying to own a business and going through that process here. But before I get into that, I do want to tell you a little bit about myself and my wife here, and my little one. So go to the next slide. There we go. So one of the things that I really like this quote by John D. Rockefeller: I would rather earn 1% of 1,000 people's efforts than 100% of my own efforts. And the reason why I have this quote in here is because that's really where this idea stemmed from. I won't go into all the details behind how it came to be, but I started in a point in my wife's and I's life. We were kind of in a spot where we were really rethinking things, going through and evaluating some things in our lives due to some circumstances that had hit us at the time. And I just started to realize that, you know, sure, I could start a company, you know, start a small business, or, you know, do a number of different things that would really benefit me pretty well. And I started to come to the realization that, you know, that wasn't what I wanted to do long term. I wanted to start to allow other people the opportunity to leverage wealth that they previously didn't have access to. And I know there's many different platforms out there, you know, Robinhood, that you can start to invest in different things like that. But our goal is to leverage a lot of market that it doesn't exist in that crowdsourcing community. And, you know, that's one of the problems that we're solving. You know, as you can see, just, you know, turn up any stock channel or, you know, any ticker app of any kind, and you'll see that stocks are pretty much plummeted. They're down in the drain. Now's the best time to invest in stocks. But the people that had invested in stocks over the last 2-3 years at reasonable prices have pretty much lost just about everything in today's market, and have to wait now for all that to come back up. And with real estate, you never know what it's going to do. It could be up, it could be down, it could be sideways. There's good days and there's bad days in real estate. And with crypto, I won't even get into that one, but we all kind of heard the stories about that. So that's one of the things that we're solving for, is being able to eliminate those fluctuations with the way that we're going to allow the everyday investor to use our platform. And one of the biggest barriers to entry of business ownership in traditional business, which is where our assets will be driven towards purchase, is the high cost of business ownership. There's other factors to that, marketing and knowledge and a bunch of other barriers, but most people don't start a business because of cost. Even if they knew they would fail, they would still try if they could afford it. And if you ask a majority of people, that's likely what they'll tell you. And we wanted to eliminate that risk and really allow people to have the opportunity to own parts of businesses. And our process, I won't read this entire slide, but I'll summarize it for you. And what we're doing, our goal through the process that we've developed, is to give people an opportunity to invest in businesses. So we will be purchasing businesses. Go to the next slide here, explain a little bit about how we would actually develop this process. And we would be purchasing businesses where our businesses would be managed through various KPIs and AI technology. And from there, that would give us the opportunity to transform the various businesses that we've purchased and monetize for growth and various factors, and allow that and turn that around for the public general population to invest. There's a number of different opportunities out there where crowdsourcing is commonplace now. Duncan actually mentioned a little bit ago Indiegogo. People have launched so many products via the community, and that's what our goal is to do here, is to allow people to invest in very profitable businesses that can return significant investments. And the market opportunity that we currently see is anyone seeking to diversify their income or create a long-term stable income. And certainly wealth doesn't happen overnight, but we can work to stabilize that for a majority of people when the markets are all over the place. And how we would go about acquiring our customers, various traditional methods, Facebook ads and magazines and what have you, and blogs. But one of the key components, I think, to our model is going to be having people talk about it. Is going to be being on podcasts and CNN and places where financial people or individuals that are just wanting to learn about stocks will see our product. And the way that we'll actually be acquiring businesses currently will be through brokerages or ads or networking through other individuals that are looking to sell their business to us and monetize it in that way. And just to show a little bit about the fact that this does work. People are already doing crowdsourcing in the real estate world. A lot of these companies are real estate investment, and people can go and invest in real estate in a shared asset type form. And this slide in summary talks about how we'll go about acquiring our businesses, and we've developed a process that will help us to monetize the businesses that we've purchased, as well as help keep them profitable using our different metrics and methodologies. And if you want this slide in full detail, I could certainly send it over to you. But that's essentially what we're talking about in this slide, is our process for how we're going to create profitability in these businesses that are already profitable. And I like to show this slide because these are real numbers. These companies some of them have only been around for a handful of years, and they're transacting in the billions. And these are just real estate firms, REITs, or other companies that will allow you to invest in shares of properties. And some of these actually, Start Engine just recently purchased. Start Engine, it's the bottom one at the list there. They recently just purchased a competitor called Seed Invest that allows community to invest in startups. And our product is not for startups, it's for businesses that are already existing in the 5 to 10 year market space that are already profitable. And a little bit about our board of advisors and executives here. We are currently seeking other advisors in key roles, but currently we have Izzy Lozado as an advisor for us. He's been super beneficial and helpful to us formulating a lot of our process and a lot of our connections and financial snapshots and what have you. But the individual to my right there, Gad Pertomo, he's been huge in the area of product management and development. He's been in operations for as long as I've known him, which has been a while. And he's gone from smaller type roles all the way to pretty much being the #1 person in his company for the products that end up on shelves and in different things. So he has a lot of management and knowledgeability experience in terms of making all of those things happen and bringing products to market. And that'll be super helpful in the acquisition of our businesses. And a little bit about our financial snapshot. These are very conservative numbers, and as you can see, in year 2, with the purchase of a handful of businesses, will end up being relatively profitable. Will actually end up being very profitable by year 3. And in year 2, we'll be able to start seeing positive cash flow off of our investment. This is just the percentage wise of how those numbers break down and how that money would be used over the course of the next 2 years. So we're currently seeking a $5 million raise with a 2-year convertible note. Thank you, Izzy.
Great job, Nathan DeYoung. Stay put right there. Excellent job. Show him some love and appreciation for sure. I love this. And when you think about the complexities of starting a business, owning a business, investing in business, there's a lot of moving parts that are very, very challenging. This is a simple way for someone that may not have a high level of business acumen to take information that they see out there in the world and say, yeah, I want to invest in this, because they don't understand it. Yet they can take a few bucks, right, and commit some money on a regular basis and know that professionals like yourself and others that you'd be surrounded by would be able to apply those monies in a relatively low risk way, and over a long period of time show them significant returns. I think that's incredible. And I want to dwell on that for a little bit, because in one of your first slides, you talked about how John D. Rockefeller lived by that model. He'd rather have 1% of hundreds, if not thousands, as opposed to 100% of his own effort. So in the aggregate of all the the businesses that you might see. Can you talk a little bit about that when this first gets off the ground with 5 million bucks? What are we going to start activating that we can scale and those investors can see a return on?
Sure. So one of our first goals is obviously to start building out the platform, but we're going to be focusing on profitability right away. We're going to start looking at different businesses through our proprietary process and platform to allow and examine which businesses we should even purchase. And once we've targeted a handful of different businesses in various markets, various spaces, our goal is not to be in a specific market or a specific avenue of business format. You know, we want to purchase things, everything from traditional brick and mortar to online only stores for the diversification of those properties. And once we've purchased these properties, we'll go through a proprietary process of increasing their revenue, go through a process of increasing their customer base, as well as helping determine whether or not it would make sense to create a merger or a simultaneous acquisition of another company as well. So an example of that could be a company that exists today would be Aspen Dental. You know, it's a corporate entity that owns several dental practices. And in that model, we would purchase multiple dental practices to create a company such as Aspen Dental that we would own and turn around for users to invest in as shares. So that's how some of the process would work. I don't want to get into too much detail because we'd be here for hours explaining that.
No, but it's good. It's important for investors to understand that for sure. Now, in the platform, Nathan, for example, a Robinhood, if we just look at that, I think some of the other platforms that you mentioned, en masse, not everyone recognizes them as much as maybe like a Robinhood. So I'm just taking the name cachet of what they do. And what is that going to look like for, you know, the hundreds and then thousands and tens of thousands of folks coming onto the platform? How many investments are available, and what do you need on one specific investment to maybe procure a transaction where people can see returns?
Yeah, so it would vary by the purchase of the company and the yearly revenue as to how those shares would be actually broken down. For example, a business that costs $200,000 for us to purchase and has a $50,000 a year revenue, the total share amount would likely be somewhere around 250, 250,000 shares, because we would want that first year profitability to be baked into that share amount. So once we've achieved that fund amount for the fund, because it's not just going to be they're picking a business that they're investing in, it's a group of businesses. So let's say someone purchases 5,000 shares. They aren't just investing in a dental practice, they're investing in a dental practice, a party store, online face product, multiple different types of businesses that fit that product category for that type of fund that we've developed. And once we've met those amount of shares, we'll either look at the business for other opportunities to expand its existing practice. Maybe that means turning it into a franchise or creating an acquisition and merger situation to increase those shares of that specific business. So there's certainly multiple components to how we can increase our shares with just one purchase business. But the idea is to have between 5 to 10 different businesses in a single fund that someone would invest in.
So let's look at the revenue model for a second. What we developed with our team, because what I want to look at, let's go to So year 5 EBITDA, about 117 million. That's incredibly profitable. Do you even think that you would get there before someone would put out an offer saying they want to buy you?
I think that would be very challenging to get there. Without somebody wanting to either lay a larger stake into our company or start to fund our purchases in some sort of way where our cash flow is significantly increased.
Well, I can just see traditional investment companies that could help grow assets for the investment company that's maybe not ready for listed securities. They don't have the investment acumen, that type of thing. And this is sort of like a means of them to be involved with minimal risk. And then all of a sudden, this person maybe over a period of time grows a portfolio of assets where they now have $100,000 that they can invest in the future, right? So I think about that and a company saying, wow, this is a great way to have feeder investors into what we do, that we get to earn percentages to manage their assets in the future. And I think somebody would put an offer out there. I mean, I'm looking at year 3, and if you 10x that, because this is a software model, I mean, you being bought for $300-400 million, I could totally see that happening. Obviously, this isn't an offer to buy or sell securities or anything. We like to put that disclaimer out there, and certainly we're not making any guarantees or anything like that. But even in conversation with Dan, he's so impressed with your platform and your IT acumen and what you'll be doing with your dev team that he was looking at this saying, man, I can totally see this thing getting acquired very rapidly. So great job on that, Nathan. This is an exciting platform that you're building. Show him some love in the chat for sure. Excited to have had you on here, Nathan. Great job. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this become a household name that, people would say they saw it here first, and how exciting that is. God bless you and everything that you do. Say hi to your family, and really looking forward to getting this thing capitalized. I can't wait to see you have that done. Great job. Okay, let's go over to Eric Terrell. There you are, Eric. Great to see you, brother. You're on mute, my friend. There we go.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. So you're in the nice, warm community of Arizona. You're in Scottsdale particularly, right?
50 this morning.
Well, listen, let me just tell you, this morning for us, I think it was like 27 degrees is what we had yesterday. We had snow coming down, no accumulation, but still it's the point of frustration for my kids with, they want to show off like Halloween costumes and stuff like that. and I see it in the neighborhood. These poor kids are putting on heavy coats because they can't show their Halloween costumes. It's funny. But anyway, what you guys have done with my life is remarkable. I think about all the times that I've traveled with friends, and maybe some of the men are doing one thing, the women want to do another, or maybe we had a conference and then the women are going to do lunch and something else later. And it's hard to coordinate and integrate all those things when you have a succinct period of time that you're going to be in, and yet you have no idea about what that community looks like, that you maybe like in Scottsdale. Like I've been to conferences at the Princess and the Phoenician. So, having that at your fingertips with what you're doing with My Life is absolutely incredible. Folks, would you help me welcome Eric Terrell, my good friend and colleague of My Life. Go ahead, Eric, you're on.
Well, thank you all. And I have Chris Damron with me.
Where is he?
And he's here, but he hasn't shown
Chris,
up.
in order for me to put the spotlight on you, you have to have your video on. For whatever reason, it won't let me do that. That's how Zoom is. So if you could do that, I can spotlight you.
Hopefully you can see my first slide for My Life.
Yep.
All right. So what we've got is a marketing platform for business and event promoters, really everybody. We have a web and a mobile application, and really it's, what am I going to do this weekend? What do I want to do, and what are my preferences? I have children, so I want to find something for myself and my 3 boys to do. I have my wife who likes to go to a movie, maybe go to eat, maybe listen to some country music. I have the guys that want to go watch a football game, a Nebraska football game at a Nebraska bar. And my background is payments, and Chris' background is payments. We've been doing credit card payments, signing merchants to credit card payments for years and years. So we've talked to a lot of merchants, a lot of small merchants, and there are issues with all sorts of these vehicles that small merchants use. And so we've made this so that it really appeals to the small merchants. Let me get to the next slide here. So we have bars and restaurants. It's designed to be for the low entry fee or free events, right? If you're going to a rock concert, you're normally going to buy the tickets way ahead of time. We will have exit from the application to buy tickets with partners. But really it's looking for restaurants, bars, events, musicians, tournaments, karaoke, and to allow a merchant to add things to our application without changing his website. So he saves a ton of money by not doing that. I'm going to have a cornhole tournament. I'm not going to go to my website and pay a web guy to make those changes. We put things in there like dog friendly, kin friendly, private room, COVID, ADA friendly, all of these factors that you can't find anywhere. We'll have the health grades for each one of the restaurants. What kind of TVs do they have? Do they have the NFL ticket, the NHL ticket, the soccer ticket for all these specific people that want to go there? Normally, when you want to look out and say, I want to see a football game, you call a restaurant. I used to do this, and they'd say, oh yeah, we have ESPN. Well, ESPN has 3 games. I'm looking for a remote game. Nebraska, most people wouldn't have that. So it's for all promoters. They would get on the web, and they would, we are going to preload every business in the community. We're starting with Arizona, so we will load into our application all the events and all the businesses in Arizona, and go back to the business and say, use our unique identifiers and enhance your site so people can find you. So if I want to find a kid-friendly location, if you're a business, you would go out and add kid-friendly as one of your parameters, so we come up on their sites. We have a lot of local partners. A lot of the cities, we've got 5 cities in Arizona already to use this as a calendar, so that they will put this application out to all of their users. So go to this application and find out what's going on in each different city by zip code. We have travel sites, AAAs ready to use this. And so we've set it at $15 a month. So these financials are like, well beyond what we could get. We're getting cities and everybody to sign up for $500 and $600 a month just for our calendars now. The consumer side. So we have 2 sides. We have the business side, and we have you as a consumer. You're going to download the app, and there's really no competitor. If you've gone out to search for things, if you go to Eventbrite, you're going to get their ticketed events. If you go to Facebook, it's what they want to push. If you go to Google, you're going to get probably attractions and things to do. You might get all sorts of happy hours for every bar in town. And so you'd have to do multiple searches, multiple pages, and then try to retain that information. We do the hunting and we do the retention. So it's very sticky. I hunt, I'm going to go out with my wife. All the musicians will put in their information. We're following Izzy, the country player, and I want to know where he's playing, and I can find that out. So it's a real things to do app. The key part of this is we allow each person on the consumer side to create 4 different preferences within the application. So they have a button that says what's going on around me by geolocation. They have a button if they want to put in a zip. They have a button for my 4 different preferences. And then I have a button for things I'm following, things that are on my hot list, things that are my favorites, and things I've actually organized with my friends to do. So how do I organize something with my friends? Well, I go into the application, I pull up my contacts, I text 3 or 4 people and say, how would you like to do this weekend? And then they can vote on it. They can vote on it and decide what they want to do and arrange the things. Why is this important? The business, I can feed the business who is searching them. So for instance, as we collect all this data, I go to a business and say, hey, you're not paying me $15 a month, but I got people searching you. Do you want more information on them? Now, I'm not going to give them individual consumer information. I'm going to give them broader information. So the consumer really controls the app. If the consumer wants an ad from somebody he's got as a favorite, he can initiate that. If he wants to give a review to some place he's went, he can do that. That review goes directly to the merchant and they can correspond with each other, and it's never published. Huge for the merchant because they hate Yelp because they can't fight those reviews, but they do want feedback from their consumers. And so they really control the app based on what they want. They can turn things on and turn things off. So we want it to be very consumer friendly. We said we've looked everywhere. We have no known competition on the ability to retain, hold, and feed back to you things you like and things that you have hunted for. And that's pretty key in all the searches we've done for people to compete with us. Now, why invest in us? Number one, we've got great returns. At $15, we're breaking even in 17 months, and we've got huge EBITDA going out. And if any investors are interested, we could go through all that. We're basically doing Arizona. We're going to cookie cutter Arizona. And once we're done, we've got 127 major metropolitans that have well over 40 to 50,000 merchants and events in locations that we could add into each one of those. It's a simple concept. It's all technology. It's easy to use, great growth, small human capital. I don't have to hire a lot of people. It's reasonably priced with great returns. It is a market disruptor. Once we roll this out, we do believe that the businesses will bring all their clients. They will start pushing it to their people to visit them, and it'll take off pretty highly. Highly scalable, all technology, highly scalable. And once we roll out the other 54 cities, it's just a big, huge data ploy. And of course, we will capture all that data, and then we will install AI into the application that will suggest things to you based on your searches and information that you may have put in your preferences. Steps and needs. We have an MVP. We're going to roll it out. We're talking to merchants now. We've already got some sales going. We're going to develop some screen scraping for our event listing. Screen scraping is kind of controversial, but if you do it for events, most everybody that has an event does not mind if you capture that data and put it in your application to advertise those events. We will preload everybody. Our IT partner is Kiwi Tech. They will do our IT for us. 50% will be cash and 50% will be equity. We're estimating we need between 250 and 500,000 to complete the full application that we want to put in there. The other expert we're looking at is a marketing director. We are interviewing marketing companies in Arizona here to be our partners until we find that person. To go out and do the advertising, hit the social media, and all the things we need to do. Probably the only internal people we need are data normalizers and scrubbers. We will pull in a lot of screen scrape information, a lot of data. We'll use our proprietary tags to tag all that data and then feed them into the database so people can find those individuals. So here we go. We're looking for $1 million. We're looking for 300,000 for the IT development. The rest is marketing, $500,000 for the business launch and regional campaigns. And then we'll need data normalizers and some operational support. But it's important to emphasize most of this is technology and not individuals. When we initially went down the road, we were going to go out and call on merchants and talk to them, and it just became too expensive. And so we came up with a strategy of preloading all of the data through third-party APIs and websites to launch the product. Chris is my partner, and the other two people would be Kiwi Tech for IT and a third-party independent marketing company that we're going to use. So that's the business, that's the product, and open to any questions.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Chris, I'll have you on mute because I'm going to have some questions here. Folks, give them a round of applause in the chat here. Really appreciate you doing that presentation. I can stop your sharing here so we get off your desktop. Okay, great. All right. So, guys, what I think is going to be really critical for investors to understand is as you scale this, the onboarding process, because what I think about right now, if I can just digress a second, is like you had mentioned, there's really nothing out there that I know of, but for Facebook, right? If something is being broadcast on Facebook for a bar, restaurant, whatever it is, karaoke, anything else, that's about it. But you can get really granular with your platform, which I love. So getting granular like that, what does that look like for onboarding venues that are in the area and them wanting to utilize your platform and be on there? What's that process look like, and how time consuming is it so that you can scale?
Well, we've can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. So what we've done is, let's say we always meet at a place called Connolly's Bar, and that's kind of our boardroom place. And so we're going to have all of these businesses preloaded in the application based on Google information that we've gotten, some other things from screen scraping. So I know it's a bar. I know they got TVs, you know, all these kind of things. And we're going to go to the bars and say, log in, pay your $15 or $45 for the 6 months, and enhance your site listing. And so Connolly's has sportsbook betting, they have horse racing, they have a DJ, they have an outside patio, they have Misters, which is huge in Arizona, they have, you know, all these different things, they have specials, and they can put all of that in there, and people can search when they're searching for, you know, where can I go make a bet, a sports bet, they're going to come out as one of the people based on geolocation. And so a lot of it's based on geolocation. So I don't need to knock on the door of a merchant and say, get signed up. I'll be emailing them and sending them information. It says, you know, sign up, you know, marketing directly to them. Don't modify your websites, put it on our application and make all the changes you want through a web app.
That's phenomenal. And Chris, specifically with what you've done with merchants as well and the payment processing, you guys have a pretty big Rolodex as it is with people wanting to, you know, use your platform. What's the marketing going to look like to get other folks nationwide to say, yeah, I want to start paying you the 15, 20. I'm sure there's going to be different platforms and means of either from freemium all the way up to different versions. You know, what's that look like as far as the roadmap to scale all around the country?
Yeah, we're looking at that right now, actually. You know, we just launched this thing just within the last month or so. And we're testing out different marketing messages. The beauty of this product is social media. So we can reach out, you know, via social media and connect with them for, you know, since it's only $15, they're pretty easy. It's the acquisition cost isn't, you know, this huge number. So social media is really kind of the top piece. The nice thing about it is we can take their events and then post them on our site and then say, hey, circle back around and say, hey, you know, we did this for you. You know, you should get on and really get going, because we had 3 or 4 people actually look on our site and see your event. So it's a nice circle. It's an easy, quick sale.
Now, do you see a freemium version of this for, like, let's say, for example, tonight my son's football game is coming up, right? And one of the things all the parents got excited about is I don't drink or do drugs or anything like that, and not to say that everybody has to do that at a tailgate party, but I've never been to one before, right? And now that's become sort of like, oh, let's do a tail. So there's this big game tonight with the rival schools, right? Could you use My Life to say, hey, there's a big tailgate event, right? At this stadium that the football game is going to be at, and yet I'm not, the people aren't, a merchant or anything like that, so they're not going to want to necessarily pay for the platform, but it could let people know. And then I have a funny feeling that you could go out and now take that information and say, hey, someone that might want to advertise, would you like to place an advertisement here at this event that's happening? Because there's going to be parents that are supporting their youth. Any products that would, so yeah, there's a freemium version, yes, but yet there's this big event going on where there's going to be hundreds of people gathering from 6 o'clock to probably 11 o'clock at night. Could you do something like that?
Yeah, there's a couple things in what you just said. To answer your question, basically, yes, we have a free version. We have for event promoters that promote different events throughout the month, throughout the year, that kind of thing. They pay $3.99 a month, for those reoccurring events. And then, we have a free one too for different causes and things of that nature. Secondly, on that point that you brought up is, which is what really kind of started this whole thing, is I got frustrated with the fact of not knowing all of that kind of stuff, right? There's this, football game, whether it's maybe it's a high school football game and it's two rivalries, all of a sudden I'm driving past and the parking lot is full or whatever. If I knew that was happening, I would have went, regardless of whether I have a kid and go into that or not. I might be bored and say, let's just get out of the house. What's happening, and then the little church carnival is up the street, or, so it was very frustrating in the beginning, and that's what led to this whole thing of building this product. It's just, there's so much activity and different things that happen right in your local neighborhood that you just don't know about. And it's all that kind of stuff. Sure, there's, the ticketed concert, the big carnival, that kind of stuff. You can find that on Eventbrite, Facebook, all that stuff. But it's the little stuff that, is just great entertainment for a Friday night.
Absolutely. And something like, Eric being a big fan of Nebraska, right? If there's a Nebraska football game and there's a lot of red flags in neighborhoods around my neck of the woods here in Colorado, bleeds over to all those Nebraskans. So if there's some event happening, now you can have that posted on the My Life website, and someone that maybe recently moved to Colorado and wants to plant their red flag, and they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know they were all getting together over here. That's awesome, but it's not necessarily a business. What are your thoughts on that as well, Eric?
Well, any entity that wants to organize their constituents, this is an app for. So every school, every church, every entity that has people they want to notify about things can go on the app, create an entity on the app and do it. Now, we're only billing the businesses the $15. If you're a musician, a food truck, a church, any of those kind of people, they can get out there and free and put their events out there.
That's huge.
So once the church says, I'm going to use it, and tells their community, hey, go to this app and follow what we're doing, we think the user side will just multiply.
Absolutely.
If we get one business, we'll get 50 to 75 users, and then they'll start talking. And so we think it's going to just multiply extensively. And then those people, it's real easy web app to make changes. So they don't have to go to a website, have somebody, they spend 5 minutes doing something, right? And so, like we said, we've got 5 cities already wanting to use our calendar. We have a couple of groups that have special interests that want to use the calendar. You got sports groups, hiking groups,
Yeah.
all sorts of groups like that. So any group that has constituents will be a target for this application.
Yeah, the big focus is geolocation on this whole thing. Even the calendar, you can take the calendar, there's a button on it to put it into map mode, and then you can see the map, and see where things are at. So it's all geolocation based.
So
That's really exciting.
when a business enhances their application, if they want to start doing marketing, then we upcharge the fees. So if they
Yeah,
want to start
yeah.
marketing to a certain group, or say, I want to market to these kind of people because we have all the users over here, then they're going to charge them, we're going to charge them more, probably the 3.
That's awesome. This is going to scale huge. I can't wait for this to become a household name as well. Guys, great job with this. And let me ask you this right now, everybody listening or listening to the recording, can they download that app right now and start using it?
Yep. Yes, they can.
Excellent. So that it wouldn't matter if, or is it best utilized right now in Arizona?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're only in Arizona right now.
Yep. Well,
Right.
there's folks that I know of that are plugging in there. So I want to encourage them to do that, to download the app in Arizona.
Yep.
Excellent job, guys. Give them a round of applause in the chat. Remarkable technology, obviously simple to understand. We certainly need that in this day and age to figure out, who's going to have the type of things that I like, COVID requirements and everything else. So I'm really excited about that and proud to be a part of the project. Great job again, guys. Okay. Up next, we've got Eddie. Eddie, I'm going to go ahead and add the spotlight to you. And Eddie with Peplo, and my goodness, we've just been getting to know each other here even more recently. You're on mute, by the way, Eddie. And the connection that we had, gosh, I guess, what was it, Eddie, about a year ago? You're still on mute.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, we met a year ago.
Yeah, we met about a year ago, and you had this idea, right? And I said, well, why don't you get a little bit of traction first? And you guys went out and did it. Bunch of elbow grease, pouring your own money into that. So super proud of you and your brother. It's amazing what you've been able to do. And I'm really, really excited to feature you guys here today. I think it's remarkable, the businesses, we're talking about Indian-based businesses in India that just don't have maybe the technology acumen that Eddie and his brother do. And what I would see happening in the future is this not only scaling and multiplying out, but somebody acquiring you. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Without further ado, Eddie from Peplo, it's been great becoming friends with you and your brother. I'm really excited. So go ahead.
Yeah, I
You're
appreciate
on.
that, sir. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Aditya Aute and I am co-founder and CEO of Peplo. As you can see our logo, just for clarification, we do not sell candies. So Peplo helps small businesses who struggle with going online, who struggle with going online, as well as we help in the day-to-day management. We provide a software solution to them. So in India, as you can see, the current market is quite unorganized. The highest level of technology a small business using in India is UPI for receiving online payments. It's 2022 and still small businesses use book and pen to manage their day-to-day work. And we want to adapt them to technology and help them use it. The problems. Sorry for my net. So the problem, businesses don't have the right technical knowledge in India to digitalize themselves. There is too much high cost to digitalize, too much technical interface from the existing solutions in the market. Weak support leads a business to not adapt into the technology. Managing different software solutions at a single time, a business cannot afford that. So, as well as the existing solutions in the market does not provide a lead generation tool, which we provide. Our mission statement: give technical education and support to small businesses in India, help them understand the need of technology to grow their business, to begin the second phase of revolution in India by adapting a small business to technology. So Peplo helps businesses digitalize, manage, market, and automate everything through a single platform. Our main focus is helping a business educate about the use of technology in their day-to-day use, as well as provide them with instant query resolving and much more. As per, we have two products, Peplo Base and Peplo Marketplace. Peplo for Business is a SaaS solution that we provide to a business, which enables them, which helps them in their day-to-day activities such as inventory management, billing and accounting, customer management, and much more. And Peplo Marketplace. Peplo provides its own marketplace to a business to sell their services and products online. We charge zero commission when a business sells its service or product online and help them gain more revenue.
Slow down
This is-
just a touch, Eddie, only because there's a little bit of an accent there that when you're bleeding these words
Okay.
together, slow down
okay.
so that everyone can understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Sure, sir. So this is our product. We have created a unique framework, the DMMA framework, the Digitalization Management and Marketing Automation. As you can see, this is the dashboard we provide to a business. Here, a business can manage the client data. He can manage the inventory. He can manage sales, accounting, as well as he can get automated reports, as well as the marketing can be also done through a single platform. This is our marketplace. Businesses get their own web page, which is directly connected with Peplo's marketplace, which enables them to create the online presence and get more leads. This is the web page we provide to a business. For example, I have shown here for a salon. A unique web page is created for a business with its own unique URL address, so that while doing marketing, the business can share this link and generate more online leads. Talking about the market opportunity, there are more than 10 million plus businesses in India. Peplo targets retail businesses across 25 plus categories. India has more than 10 million retail stores. The industry is worth around $800 billion. There are more than 6 million plus salons and spa businesses in India. The industry is also worth more than $4 billion. There are approximately 1 million plus registered doctors in India. As for the restaurant and cafe businesses, there are 7 million restaurants in organized category and 20 million restaurants in unorganized category. The industry is worth more than $50 billion. These are some of our, this is the competitive landscape. Peplo's main competitors are local software companies who make software, apps, and billing management system for small businesses in their locality. Building a system which can help a small business grow costs thousands of dollars. Due to the high cost, it is limiting the business to grow. Peplo is the best alternative solution for businesses, which is also cost efficient and which helps them grow. As per the competitive landscape, Peplo is niche focused and the local software companies are not, as they provide different solutions to different clients. We are the most affordable price available in the market. As I said before, the software companies charge thousands and thousands of dollars to build a certain product for the small business. We don't charge any maintenance charges like AMC, hosting, domain, etc. And the main earning stream for local software companies are that educating small businesses, as I said before, comes first to us. We are not just selling software to a business, but we want a business to grow. Peplo's milestones are divided into 3 phases. The phase one comes with team building, product development, introducing new features into the market. Main aim of our company is to give platform to as many businesses as possible to generate more data, which will help us build more new products upon it. And in the phase 2, we will be piloting delivery services, launch IoT-based products such as POS, other speakers, and more, and expand into new markets. With the help, Peplo can gain more data, which will help us in the phase 3, which is the most important phase for our company. In the first 2 phases, Peplo's platform will act as an entry-level product in the market with all the data gained from different businesses. We will be able to know which product is selling in which particular area and which are the top selling products or services. This will help us in the B2B gameplay or bulk distribution to businesses. Peplo's main aim will be to create a server supply chain to deliver this inventory at a very cheap rate, as we will be getting data of top selling products, so we can keep the products into our inventory. As for the business model, Peplo follows 4 main different business models. the subscription-based business model. We charge a $12 fee per month. If you target 1,000 stores, we are getting a revenue of $12,000 per month. We provide bulk SMS purchasing. If a business decides to do marketing using SMS, we charge $6 per 1,000 SMS. If we target 1,000 stores, we are getting a revenue of $6,000 per month. The digital marketing service. If a small business wants to do online marketing, such as social media marketing, or the performance marketing, etc., we charge around $250 as a service charge. If you target 1,000 stores, we can earn a revenue of $250,000. The fourth business model, the B2B wholesaling to businesses. Our business average worth goods or business purchase is around $600 in India. If we target 1,000 stores, we can earn a revenue of $600,000 as per. These are some of our client testimonials. As you can see, the businesses are loving a product and they are wanting more from our side. So as you all know, I am co-founder and CEO of Peplo, along with my brother, who is my co-founder also. We worked as SMB consultants. We consulted small businesses before, and then we knew what were the main pain points in the industry. So that's where we came off with Peplo, and now we are doing it full time, and we are abroad dropped out. These are our financials. We are looking for 12 to 18 months of financing to reach more than 2,000 businesses. We are looking to raise $200K for 10% equity dilution at a post-money valuation of $2 million. We expect exit through a merger or acquisition or through initial public offering. In 2021, around $42 billion were invested in tech startups in India. In 2021, $42 billion were invested in tech startups in India, as you can see. And as 5G is been launched in India, the internet penetration will grow, and there is a great opportunity ahead for our company.
Excellent job.
Yes,
give them a round of applause, man. Great job. Eddie, how old are you and your brother?
I'm currently 20 and he's 21.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. When I met you guys, you were like teenagers. Okay. Folks, show them some love in the chat. I am so stinking proud of these guys that went out and effectively, you guys are going into what the US would classify as second and third world conditions. These businesses, family, friends that you know and love and have a heart for, and would love to leverage technology to assist them in building their businesses. Go ahead and bring your brother on now, because I just want the world to meet Yush as well. Is he there with you? I would anticipate that he was. I thought I heard his voice a couple of times nudging you not to forget some information. So is he there?
He is there, but he's not feeling well actually.
Oh, okay. No problem. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Yush. But folks, I love this dynamic duo and what they're doing for their homeland, their country, their family, their friends, the local neighborhoods. This is what small business is all about. Yet, what ends up happening if a small investor connects with you for a couple $300,000, gets this off the ground, and then all of a sudden the local communities are starting to utilize this platform and it begins to scale. Okay, so we talked about that and what that can look like, and what I want you to share with the investing public out there. And of course, this is not an offer to buy or sell securities or anything like that. We're not broker dealers. We don't take commissions on monies raised. I think we've covered all those things. But what I do want people to understand is how simple your business is, yet it's highly technical. But just explain, let's start at square one. You find a business that says, yes, I have no idea how to do this. I need your help, Eddie. Would you help me? Because I'm struggling. How long does it take to onboard a business?
To onboard a business in India, basically, if a business does not have any technical background or does not know what technology is, so it takes around 2 days to a business to completely make him understand what the product is all about. First of all, we have to teach them what management can he do according to the business type. For restaurant, the management style is different. For salon business, management style is quite different. And different modules and technical point of views are used while predicting what the business can do. So we help first understand them how their business is run, first of all, and help them understand how technology can be implemented into their business so that it can grow and solve their day-to-day problems. So for an example, retail store did not know how much product he has kept in his inventory. So I asked him, how much packet of biscuits do you have currently right now into your inventory? He was like, I don't know how much inventory is. They were like, we look into our inventory when and only the product has been sold out, right? So they don't know when is the low stock, when to give low stock alert. They do, for a medical store, for an example, we ask them, what are the expiries? Do you know expiries of the product? And they are keeping that expiries on the book. So they don't even know if the product is expired. In India, that's the problem we are trying to solve. And it is quite.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So for a medical store, it's and the industry, it's pharmaceutical industry and it's medical based, right? But they don't have any current system that they can choose between to find if a product has been expired or not. As well as enabling them to sell the products online is another feat we are doing on the same platform, to the same platform. So this is how we are trying to build an ecosystem using different businesses, but giving them a single platform to do everything from management, marketing, helping them digitalize everything through a single platform.
That's absolutely incredible. And what I do want to help everyone understand as well is I recognize how big this can become, but right in your local area, what does that look like for the businesses that you can just, if you can get some capital and continue to scale in that area, how many businesses can you impact there?
As an impact, I've got traction in tier 3 city. You can imagine that, right? So like we are not in Mumbai or Pune, Bangalore in India, right? We are from a tier 3 city, and here I have worked out my product and helped the businesses how it can impact. So if we move to tier 2 cities as well and tier 3 cities, if we target them at the start, we can reach around 1 million businesses if had right opportunity and done right marketing and sales.
1 million businesses.
Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. So let's talk about the numbers there for a second. Scaling to 1 million businesses. Talk to me what that would look like as far as the timeline, and in that timeline of actually onboarding those businesses, because it takes a couple of days, like you had mentioned. What's it going to look like with the team that you need, and the ability to do this, and the hiccups that with any business, you're going to need support there. So why don't you touch on that so investors understand that as well?
Okay. So as I said, reaching 1 million businesses will not be that easy as you think, because education comes first to us. If the business is educated, he will become a loyal and trusted customer in long term, as per the Indian mindset. So here's the thing: for reaching 1 million will be around 3 to 4 years. It will take to reach around 1 million business in tier 3 cities. I'm expecting in tier 3 city, right? So, and to reach that different product, our management style should be quite different from the existing that is in the market. We expect sales and good support to reach that level of customers, right?
Well, let's talk about that a second. Who's really the players in your area that are doing anything similar to what you're doing right now?
Currently, in the local software companies, as I said before, that a single IT company, which we call in India, is charging lakhs of rupees, which is thousands of dollars, for a business to create an app. First of all, the business does not have any technical knowledge. He doesn't even know that if he needs that product for their business. That's the first issue here. They did not know that if this model, they don't even know that if they need that product, if they need that app, they just want to look like we are digitalizing with the modern economy, and they want to adapt to technology. So they will be putting thousands of dollars to purchase an app, which is not helping them to grow. That's the issue here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I recognize, but I also recognize that this could move faster if you had an influx of capital where you had a sales team, a biz dev team to go out
Yes.
and share that messaging.
Yes.
What would that look like? How much capital would you need to do that?
For a long run, the capital we need is around 1 million. But currently, if to boost up the process, we need 200K. That's $200,000 to boost up the sales team, developers team. Currently, we are only 3 people working on the product right now, and only 3 people are handling the customer support, bringing business at the same time. The management is quite difficult right now, but we expect to grow as soon as possible if we get an capital influx.
Well, I think what's so exciting about this is that it's all software based, right?
Right.
So you can scale this relatively quickly. Tell me about the internals of your tech team in the event there's any hiccups or anything like that.
As for the, I will share a small problem which came to us. We have spent a very small amount of money to build up our tech. I guess we are $6,000 we have spent to build up the tech product from a local company. We are from a local IT company which we have. We don't have any strong IT support currently. So what problem we are facing is we have got franchises lined up to use our product, right? So the problem we are facing is we are getting bugs and issues, right? So we cannot provide that technical support that, and if we onboard the few businesses, the franchises which are in the queue, will not get any business from them, right? So that what will happen, and the relationship what we have built will not be there. So that's the problem. Main problem we are facing. The technical support is there. We don't have current technical support. Only as per the company, the contract, we have got one person to support us, but the bugs keep on coming, and you need to solve that. That's another problem. That's another technical problem we face, and management, customer support, everything we are doing. So if capital is there, we can get a good team to expand, to reach more people, to enter communities where we can put, where we will have advantage, and the business will also have advantage working with us.
Excellent. Well, great job, Eddie. Great job, Yush. Like I had mentioned, when I met you guys, you were like teenagers, building this, and so proud of you. So excited about the platform. I really think you can have a huge impact in your local community. Folks, would you help me give them a really warm welcome? Tell everybody, what time is it where you are right now?
It's around 1 at midnight.
Okay. All right. Yes. 1 o'clock in the morning over there. I know you and I have talked at some off hours where it's 3 o'clock in the morning for you. And I just love that you guys have forsaken sleep. You've done what you've got to do as a startup founder to get this thing off the ground. And we're really looking forward to helping you. Great job. Give them a warm round of applause. Excellent job. So proud of you. Okay, Julio, you are up next. I tried pinging you. I don't know if you can hear me, Julio, if you lost connection, but in order to spotlight you, I need your video on.
I'm here.
Okay, beautiful. I need your video on. There you are. Okay. I was pinging you before and I didn't see you come on, so I didn't know if you lost service or something. Okay, great job. All right. Well, here's another exciting platform that, Julio, with your background and the things that you've done and been in tech, I mean, you'll share your story going back to, when you were teenagers like Eddie and Yush. It's amazing the brilliant minds that they have, and very similar to yourself when you were a young man. But what you're doing with Do Fundraise here is super exciting. And I just can't wait for you to bless the investing world so that they can learn a little bit about your platform and all that you can accomplish with Do Fundraise. So without further ado, would you help me welcome my good friend and colleague, Julio Marchi. You're on, Juli.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So I've been excited just watching everyone, all the presentations, and so beautiful products, and I love the initiatives. It energizes me to know there's so many people actually moving those ideas forward. In case of me, I'm in technology business for 35 plus years. I started my career in Brazil, where I'm from, and had the opportunity, very lucky to connect with decision makers and be found very early in my life. I started working as a programmer at 13 years old, and the first software I built was actually for the stock market, building charts for tendency analysis and all that. So I didn't know that was very hard to do. People gave me the task. I knew how to do. I did it. I didn't know that was very hard. But it was interesting career because through that point, I managed to connect with decision makers, and they embrace my hunger to know more and curiosity, and they kind of like bring me under their wing. Met very important decision makers in terms of not only the business, but also people in the publishing industry. I became editor and publisher of magazines in Brazil when I was 18 years old. I was responsible for 3 magazines, and I published columns in newspapers and all related to technology. So that's pretty much my background. And I've been building systems and working in the technology industry on the back end very closely with the real problems, very closely with the real scenarios, and solving those problems, finding avenues to sometimes create something new, sometimes to resolve something that's get old. And that was the case in Brazil a lot of times. Just to summarize it, my degree is engineer, software engineer, and I also have degree in marketing and MBA. So I've been fortunate to have all this paths open for me, and apply that in my career through this adventure of businesses in many stages of my life. So Izzy, I don't know how you want me to proceed on that. So I don't have anything to present in terms of the Do fundraise because we are still working on that. So that's something very flash.
I get it. No, I get it, and that's why I'm here to support you for interviewing. And I didn't know if there was any slides that you wanted to share based on our conversation yesterday. So let's jump into what it is that you actually do with Do Fundraise. So what I got really attracted with this project was immediately I could see, as you know, my heart, Julio, I love to help people. And there's a lot of platforms out there that they're complicated and not very easy to understand when you're going out and doing some fundraising. But then there's other things related to fraud and things of that nature that you have figured out because of your deep understanding of tech. So what I'd love to do at first blush, if you wouldn't mind just putting up that slide in the comparative analysis of the other companies that are out there. And I think it's so powerful to see all the things that you're able to check off that they can't simply do, and what your platform will be enabled to do. So let's start there. So if you can walk the audience through what they're looking at here. I don't know if you're able to expand that anymore.
Yeah, hold on a second.
It's a touch small on my side.
Can you see what?
Yeah, I see the slide. I see the slide. Can you just expand it out a little bit?
I think I can. Let me do this. I'll go back here.
Yep, there you go. Beautiful. Yeah, bring that back out again. Okay. So go ahead, walk us through this here.
Okay, let me bring things on the beginning. I'm gonna try to be brief. So this conversation about fundraising crowdfunding platform, it started as a nerding conversation with our friends. So we get together, technical guys, and one of the things we do a lot is to looking into existing products, and either we love them or you hate them. So, and we discuss about those whys. We have those observations about those products. It's always in 2010, 11, I could hear about GoFundMe and how they were horrible platform and how they do not serve people well, how they don't take advantage of anything. And that conversation kept coming over and over again. As a business, it drove me curiosity. I started looking into that just by the curiosity. And as the conversation comes and goes through the years or times that we talk about that, I start inventing in my mind, oh, it would be great if they do something like that. It would be fantastic if they explore this avenue. And more technology advance, mobile devices and other technologies allow more integration. And year after year after year, I saw GoFundMe going up into the terms of the leader of the market segment, at the same time providing no innovation, not using any of those things. What I started looking at is they were going after the competition and buying companies out to take them off market. So I started looking into that strategy as a businessman and looking, well, this is really not interesting for this market segment. They're supposed to be embracing that in a different way. And that's where the product idea comes. So I am a problem solver because that's what I do for a living. I'm a CIO, CTO, Chief Technology Officer, and in my daily life, and for a decade now on that industry. And I look into problems. I look into challenges as opportunities. I look into failures or lack of understanding of certain possibilities as great chances for you to strive and do something new. So I started putting together a plan. If I was do fundraise, what would I do? How would I approach that market? How would I actually be part of a solution? Because what drove me more was two major things. One, campaigners are isolated. The people who go to GoFundMe or most of those platforms and create a campaign, the only audience they have is the people they know online. And what they know is family members, friends, and some groups. They might have a reach of maybe a couple hundreds, luckily 1,000 people. And other than that is unknown. And on the other side, as I researched through GoFundMe, it frustrates me to actually find fake campaigns coming over and over again that were never resolved, and frauds and all those problems. They have no desire, they have no hunger to resolve. For me, I have this natural desire to do things right. And I actually interviewed by one family that this father, his daughter died. He had pictures on Facebook when she was in the hospital. She passed away, and year after year after year, that photo has been used in GoFundMe campaigns to raise capital for a fake person that don't exist.
Wow.
And he tried even legal avenues, but GoFundMe has so much money that nothing sticks if you throw into them. And that started driving me more and more and more. One last thing that happened in my life, about 8-9 years ago, I started working with a company as a CTO, and the company deals with pharmaceuticals, and is an industry that I build their system from the ground up. And what they do is pretty much facilitate pharmacy-to-pharmacy transactional medications that are about to expire, so patients can have access to that medication faster. What happened with that industry, that for the first time in my life, as I read it's coming to my attention about the testimonials, all the help that platform was giving to families that, like, a person got the medication in time in the middle of in the outskirts of Texas, because the pharmacy was able to go through this platform and find that medication to another pharmacy who had that to dispense, because the distributor is not going to have that in time. If they didn't take the medication, they will die. So we save lives. Then I hear pharmacies saying, your platform helped me minimize waste, so I have more money in my pocket, so it helped me and my family. That experience was the first time in my life when I felt connected with the products I developed, in terms of, this is changing people's lives. This is make a difference somehow, some way. It's not only making money for shareholders, because I built systems for Shell, I built systems for UPS, I built systems for large corporations. I have been involved in small, medium, and large projects that always is making money for a certain group of family individuals or shareholders, which is okay. That's the business. But that additional flavor of knowing that what I was building was saving people's lives or creating a good in a different level, start touching my heart. And every time I read one of those, I go back to the next day and I have a big speech to my development team and say, look at the beautiful we do, look how, let's use that as energy. I was driven by that. And those two things came side to side. 2015 was the time that I decided that I'm going to start studying more about what to do on this market segment of the crowdfunding. Is the time the market start getting better regulated. It's the time that that more expansion in the technology allowing more to be done. And while I saw that nothing was happening, nobody was doing any of those. The bigger player was not desired to have any better platform for anybody, not integrating that in any special way. I said, okay, that's something that I could invest on, knowledge, experience, and that internal flame of knowing that you're going to do something, that you have a highly profitable market, is an incredible financial outskirt over there, easily to manage. And you can
well, let's jump in a
help
little bit
people.
more granular, because I know
Yeah.
there's a lot of content that you want to share. And what I'm looking at here in this comparative analysis is you see offline promotional materials, for example, printed materials. So when I look at that, you know, I think of, for example, me being heavily involved with the sports at the high school and football, wrestling, and lacrosse. And let's say we want to put something out related to you know, a booster campaign or whatever it is. I can print from your site, your platform, those promotional materials. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's when you understand business and marketing, you can strategize a product that makes more sense for both sides. Through my career, I saw companies having amazing or visionaries having amazing ideas that have no practical execution. And part of my job is to educate them about how to make something practical, business that can be done. So if you have a platform, when you have a certain amount of campaigns that can take advantage of printables, just as an example, invitations or flyers or something like that, you can visit some large outlets like Walmart or like Walgreens or other companies that can provide that service, and invite them to be part of that family. Tell them, look, I'm gonna give you that client. I'm gonna give you access to that client. So what you expect you is for you to give a discount for those clients, so they can actually use your platform. Because those companies are eager for business, right? They need that business. They can provide that discount. And beyond that, they can provide the discount as a gift, as a donation back to the cause, which is tax deductible for them. So where's the money for us? It is bringing more people because we provide a better service. As we provide something that is differential, that's unique, that brings more value for the time you put on that platform, you have more people using that, and there are more people making awareness for that for other people, for other groups, and that's how you raise that potential.
Let's run down the line here. That was a really good answer. Let's run down the line here. So you can have multiple campaigns for an account, social network integration, and community level scope.
Let me jump into the multiple campaigns very easily. If you go to most platforms right now that do a crowdfunding for individuals, if you create a campaign, you can have one campaign. If you need to create a second campaign, you have to have another email account.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? And some of those platforms don't even have the ability to freeze the campaign. Means I want to work this before I publish it. You don't have. Once you click save, is live, because they're eager to get that dollar that comes as fast as possible. What that's a problem? It's a problem because
before you go deeper into that, I want to get really granular with that. And we don't have to say names. I don't like to bash other companies. I think other companies are great. You're doing something better. That's awesome. So, but needless to say, with the other platforms that are out there, let's a real world use case scenario. Let's say we're doing something for a fundraise of something, and none of those platforms will allow me to now branch out and do another one because maybe I'm involved. And here's what's interesting about all these sports worlds is that football, wrestling, lacrosse, all those seasons, they overlap one another. So, my son right now, because he's in the playoffs, right, where other school seasons already finished football, he's still playing, right? And now wrestling season is already starting. So we might be doing a campaign to raise money for wrestling and football at the same time. There's a real world scenario. Tell me how Do Fundraise can handle that.
First, most important thing, imagine that you have a campaign for a football team today. The PTA of the school decide to make a campaign to raise funds for uniforms or for seats for the parents or whatever they decide. And they first are going to use the printing material because it's a local campaign. You're going to reach your local group. So that's as a service that is there. And then you want to do that, but you let me imagine that you already done last year. You can replicate the campaign from last year and just adjust that for the next year. So we save you time. But the PTA are going to do campaigns for the volleyball team. You're going to do campaigns for the hockey team. They're going to do campaigns for other situations. And you don't want to have a nightmare of management out there. So what you like to have is one united interface when you can go in there. And you, at this point, you're not an individual raising funds. You are a fundraiser. So you have raised funds for occasions, for events, for any other circumstances. And
so will I have
that
exist
today,
of all of the existing campaigns that are happening?
Yeah, the tools that exist today, they're not prepared for that. First and foremost, you need to have some level of escrowing so you know which funds are coming for each campaign. So we have that separation of body, even though it's the same account. Second, why are you gonna get the exercise to fundraise for football when you can fundraise for them all together? And you can say for the families, hey, why don't we don't fundraise for this group of campaigns, and the system can make this split for you. So it's one donation, and then you get you're supporting the entire sports team. And I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, no, that's
Right?
great. So you can just say, hey, that high school, I want to give $100, and I just want to help all of those teams, right? But now, if we go back to what we were talking about earlier, where these are fractional amounts, and even like Eddie and Yush's platform, these are fractional amounts that they're earning. One thing I learned from a great book called The Compound Effect is if you take a penny and you double it every day for 30 days, it turns into $5.3 million. And we're just talking about a penny. So it compounds, right? Same thing with Do Fundraise or some of the other platforms that we were talking about. So now where you have hundreds of people saying, well, I kind of feel bad and I don't want to give to this one and not the other, you can just say, hey, here's $100, here's $500, here's $10, whatever it is, as long as I know that it's going to that school and that cause. That's amazing. That is awesome.
And there's all elements around it. You think about managing all that. You can have one big manager and segmented groups of people that work with you. They have access to one or two campaigns only. So the idea is to create that called ACL, account control level, when you can manage groups, because you need to support fundraisers. They are the ones nowadays, if you go ask around, probably everyone in this chat room will be, we know somebody who does some level of raising funds for something, for the church or for whatever events, and how hard it is. That's not simple.
Yeah.
You need to understand that segment to make that segment happy and give them the ability to make a better job, not because they're doing a bad job, it's because the tools they have don't give that ability. And from the individuals to the fundraisers, you bring it out around. That's something important. This platform is built to be a community platform. So imagine that a lot of people is driven for the fact that they want to help. They want to be part of something. They want to have their name tagged to something. They want to sleep well today because they did a good deed. So those people don't have money to donate. So in other platforms, those people have no value because they don't have money to donate. In our platform, they have an extremely high value because they can donate other things. They can participate helping the campaigners. They can participate enhancing the editing and the flow or how it looks like, how it sounds like. They can help by integrating their own social network to that campaign. not themselves, through the system. So I go in there, I'm gonna donate my $10,000 followers on Twitter, because I'm gonna allow the system
Love
to
it.
tweet in my name supporting that campaign.
Love it.
Okay,
Love it.
so, and this kind of power, let's go back to the first thing I said, when the campaigners are isolated, are islands in the middle of Atlantic Ocean. You cannot see the next island if you are just there. Now what we're doing is bridging all those islands. They can help each other. They can participate in a community way where the reach is much wider. So the chances of success of that campaign are much higher. And the happiness of everybody is much better. So they will come back to do more work with the platform because they trust it, they believe it, and they can coordinate back with the same group or expand with the different groups. It's a community. The power of community sometimes is overlooked.
That word right there, I love that word. You know, you break that down, and what is community? It's a common unity, right? Everyone has a common unity. We are out of time here. That's why I stopped your screen with sharing. But folks, give him a round of applause. He's just in the beginning stages of this, and it is so exciting. I'm so proud to be a part of this project. I love how you love to help people. I love how you love to solve problems. And it's a huge problem. I know it because I see it every single day. My wife heading up some boosters and the challenges that she sees there, having to set up 501c3s. All of this makes everything so easy. And I love that. So great job. Give him a round of applause in the chat as well. Or if you want to unmute there or show your camera, show him a round of applause, whatever it is. I really appreciate that. Great job, Julio. Really looking forward to seeing your company capitalized. All right, guys, these companies are amazing. Okay, if you're listening in or listening to the recording, we want to see these companies get capitalized. We'll put you in touch with them and give you all the details on what that all looks like. But let me show you something that I'm really excited about, and here are my closing thoughts. You know, I've been obviously I'm a market follower, but look at the smiles on the face today, right? I mean, you're talking about there were at points where we were about 1,000 points ahead. So today, over 800 points, maybe it hits 900 points, whatever it is when it finally closes out, or I think the market just or is about to close in 3 minutes. but my point is, things are changing, things are turning around. The tide is turning. People are going to have loose change sitting around, and there's people that have already been sitting on cash saying, I don't like the ups and downs of the 900. You're in a good place right now. Investors know it, and they're looking for bright entrepreneurs with revolutionary ideas. When they see companies like yours, they get excited. And I want you guys, if you're able to turn your cameras on and you look at one another and you say, my gosh. I mean, I think about Eddie with his company. He was a teenager when he came to me. Brilliant, though. Absolutely brilliant. Kim, I think of you with your revolutionary product that's just so simple, where it frustrated you saying, women got to have this. I'm freaking pissed. I'm not letting the world not know that this works. I love that. There's so much grit and fight in you. And that's what I'm here to do every single day, is fight for you guys on your behalf to elevate the visibility of who you are and what you can do. So together and collaboratively, connect with one another, get the names down, email one another, connect on LinkedIn. Why? Because together we're so much stronger. Together we are so much stronger. And I'll tell you right now, when you guys connect with one another and you join the group calls that we do every Friday, and they can hear the ups and downs of what happens with other entrepreneurs, not only is it encouraging, but it's motivating as well, right? And then here's what I love from a great book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. He has something, it's a term that's been thrown around here recently on the web over the last 5 or 6 years or so, where they call it a mastermind, right? Be part of a mastermind group and this, that, and the other thing. Well, it doesn't cost you anything to be inside of our calls on a Friday to say, hey, here are some of the things that I'm learning and what I talk to with investors and everything else. And all of a sudden, we all leave with better thoughts than we had when we got together. That is a true mastermind. And that comes straight out of Napoleon Hill. But here are my thoughts in closing. You guys are all incredible. I don't care when you get a sophisticated investor on the phone with you, and or on a Zoom call with you. We've been there just about with every single one of you, been there, done that. And they say, well, I don't think you're going to make it, or this, that, and the other thing, whatever. There's people that have opinions, and opinions are everywhere, right? All I know is there is no way on God's green earth that you'd be sharing anything about your company if I didn't believe it could become successful. And I am so excited for each and every one of you to help with that, especially with helping guide conversations, with connecting with investors and things of that nature. Whatever we need to do to help you guys get to the next level, I'm here for you. So don't hesitate with that. Any questions that come up, connect with one another. But my final closing thought is this. We're in a season right now where Q4, there's a lot of money that is sitting in cash. There are money managers that I believe are throwing money into the market right now because they can't charge a management fee with it just sitting in cash. They got to do something with that. You guys are great options, in my opinion. Great options to sprinkle around some risk in their portfolio where they can see a 3, 5, 10, dare I say 20x return on some of your companies and the potential that's there. My goodness, Kim, a big company learns what you're doing at scale and wants to buy you. What's that going to look like for investors? It's explosive, absolutely explosive. And yet, what's so fascinating to me is that's not what excites you. What excites someone like Kim is I can help women all over the world by this simple little device, and I'm going to get it done. And we got your back, Kim. We're going to help you with that. Super excited. So let's go off mute. Congratulate one another. Bless one another.
Great
I'm so
session.
excited for you guys. Great session. Absolutely. Thanks for that, Eddie. Proud of you. And Yush, I'll be praying for Yush as well to get better. And a great job. Love you guys all. You did incredible today, and really looking forward.
Easy, you are the glue here. Awesome job. Incredible. You are of the few that I have met so far in my life that really impresses me. Continue doing what you do, Easy.
Thanks for that. Really appreciate that. And hey, Matt, good to see you. Good to see you. It's great to see all of you. Some people were popping in and out. There were some investors that popped in and out. They're certainly going to be looking at this recording. It'll be on our website here. Dan is on vacation this week. If you have any questions for him, I sure hope he gets me an elk steak. But since this is being recorded, would you tell Dan from the bottom of your hearts, I know that he's tirelessly helped on financial projections with you guys. He's awesome. Would you show
Great
him
help,
some
Dan.
love as well, and just tell him thanks? You know, the
Yes.
next time
Thanks,
when you get on the
Dan
phone
and
call,
Izzy.
reference everything.
Dan,
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you
Yay.
so much, Dan. You
Yes,
are another, you're
Love you,
answering.
Dan.
You too here.
Dan rocks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Faith, if you wouldn't mind as well, if you could share your, I don't know if you're in a place where you can turn the camera on or not, but if you can unmute, this is Faith. She's my assistant, and she reaches out to you folks to make sure that we get connected and everything's set up. Faith, are you there? There she is. There's that smiling face, just to connect the voice with the face. And she's a gem, and she helps. So I love working with Faith. She's super talented. And let me just share, as I close here, let me just share a little story and why I was so blessed to work with someone like Faith. Here's a young gal that right now, let's see, I'm going to look here. It is 4 o'clock in the morning in the Philippines, and that's where she is. And here's a gal, young gal that is a law student, okay, is making her own money, doing her own thing, making her place in this world. And you know why she wanted to become attorney? Because she got tired of seeing the tyranny in her neck of the woods, where people would just, because of the lack of coordination and integration of legal documents and it being able to be easily found, there are farmers over there where big developers will step in and say, oh, this isn't your farm anymore. We own it. We own it. And they're like, what? And then Faith is going to jump in there and say, no, that's not true. This has been in their family for the last 100 years. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter because they didn't report it correctly. But she's fixing all that. Give her a round of applause because of the love that she has for her community and her family. That's what she's going to be doing. Faith, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you and the things that you're going to be doing in the future. And thank you for helping with just keeping me organized and help make sure that these folks get linked up on these conferences and everything else. So great job, everybody. Have an amazing weekend. It's already Saturday morning for Faith. So, but thanks so much for all that you do, Faith. I really appreciate it. Appreciate each and every one of you. So I'm going to sign off here now, and I'll let you guys say goodbye to one another and exchange emails or anything else that you want to in the chat for sure. Great job, everybody.
Thanks, Izzy.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Kim, I sent you an email.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll respond.
Yes, yes. Get her a veggie dome, please.
Duncan, I'd appreciate your contact information.
Great. I will put it in the chat right now.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you, Matt Fannigan.
Yes, sir. Good to see you too.
Eddie, let Yush know that we're praying for him. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Lord, would you touch Yush right now with the power that raised you from the grave, that same power. Touch Yush right now. Heal him, Lord God, and help him in his plight right now and feeling sick. Raise him out of the ashes, Lord. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Bless him.
Amen.
Amen.
Yes,
Amen.
yes, yes. All right, everybody. Good to see
Okay.
you. Have an amazing weekend.
Take
Pray
care.
that my son remains healthy and all those. The football team has been. It's such an incredible story. I know I keep saying this is my last thought, but it just popped into my head where things happen and the quarterback broke his collarbone, and then we discovered a hidden talent with a running back who brought our team all the way to where we are in the postseason right now. It's just incredible. But they had so many illnesses, from COVID to pneumonia to bronchitis to broken bones, twisted ankles, all these different things. And they keep marching on. They have so much grit. I'm so proud of each and every one of them. They have an amazing game tonight with their rival high school. So, but keep them in mind. If it pops up into your head, pray that they do well. So looking
Good
forward
luck.
to it. Yes.
Good
Thank you
luck.
so
Good
much.
luck. Good luck. Yes.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Take care. Be well. We'll see
Bye-bye.
you soon. Bye-bye
Thanks.
now.
Bye-bye.
Oh, and the next event is going to be, it's actually in December. We do the last Friday of every month, but we don't want to do it right after Thanksgiving. So let's see, that will end up being December 2nd. December 2nd is the next event, December 2nd. So mark that down. We'll obviously post it, but you guys got a sneak peek. So love you guys all. Take care, and we'll talk to you soon.